Kia ora, good morning, and welcome back to Humankind. We are very nearly at the end of the closed beta. In fact, at the time of streaming this live and recording this VOD, if you're watching it later on the channel, we actually have only around 1 day left of the closed beta period. So it's a sad time, but also, I thought, a time for marathon gameplay. So, let's see if we can play through a whole session. Now, I can't fully commit. I may bail halfway through. But let's see how we go. So as per usual, we are starting in the closed beta scenario. I believe it is the same map every time, or at least some of the same features. Maybe the discoveries are different. I'm not sure. But of course, we're starting in the Neolithic era, so we have a few goals. We'd like to have 5 population. That will get us 100 fame. We'd like to have 10 curiosity, science, which we can get from these goodie huts. And we'd like to hunt 3 animals. So that'll be our goal. Let's get exploring. And what have I got first? I've got a discovery that can be made up there in that dry grass. I've got another one there and one down there. This one looks easy enough. Let's take it. 1 science and 5 influence. Lovely. And can actually cross that river and make our way toward that one. Next turn. Oh my goodness, Devilish. Devilish. With the $1.99 super chat to kick off the stream. Devilish says, let's go. Excited to see how this goes. First. Yeah, you're first, friend. Thanks for joining us and thanks so much for your generosity. Brilliant. We've harvested 15 food. That'll help us get our second tribesperson, so that we can split these guys up and send one group one way and one group another and start to actually make some discoveries, do a bit of scouting, if you will. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. I will, of course, be keeping an eye on the live chat throughout. But, you know, try not to be too focused on it. For the VOD, spit it out, VOD viewers as well. So if you're watching the VOD, I will, I promise, I won't spend an hour talking to chat in one go. That's a lie, I probably will. So my goal here, is just to make the discoveries grow the tribe. I sort of, also of course, am going to want to be, you know, putting down my territory claims. Might try to claim a different territory than we did last time. But let's make these discoveries anyway. We'll get the science, we'll get all the good stuff. Also, one thing I didn't do last time was looting the sanctuary. Oh, and here we go. Beautiful. So, basically we can either, so we found this tribe, and we've scattered out this tribe. We can either get +2 movement speed, which is not a terrible buff for early game exploration, or we can get the free pop, which we're absolutely going to do. We're absolutely going to do. So now we've got an extra pop, which is basically a whole new scout. So we've just doubled our means of getting these discoveries, right? So there's another anomaly, +1 science, +1 influence. We can't fight that alone. I argue we actually don't need to. We can sort of ignore that for the time being. And just keep scouting out the rest of this map. Beautiful. Now, I believe, as I was saying, one of the things that I didn't do last time was ransack these sanctuary territories. What do we get from it? I'd like to try it anyway. Some food. Cool. So we'll get some food. That'll plump out that tribe nicely. They'll pop out another wee tribe's person. And then we can really get exploring. Speed up this Neolithic era as much as we can. There's a beautiful discovery waiting for us. Try and get to that crucial 10 science point as well. What did we get? +15 food. Okay, so we're working towards my new army. My new army. Obviously, we'll be naming stuff after Super Chat as per. So, this will be the Devilish squad. Squad? Doesn't feel very Neolithic, does it? We'll just call them the Devilites. They can be like their own weird, their own like weird cult. Brilliant. And the ransack was successful, which has now put us almost at 3 tribes people. Let's get these guys split off. Or, actually, we can take a really easy victory here. We'll do that. Insta-resolve. No losses at all. 1 animal slain. You see, we just need a couple more now. Did slow our exploration. I probably should have moved a few tiles around the back of it first, but that's all good because we have this champ who's going to do exploring for us. +1 science, +1 influence. Love to see it. We've got 25, but of course we aren't actually generating any at all. And in that turn. Brilliant. Here's another sanctuary we can absolutely pillage, and a discovery down in the valley. Make our way towards it. Actually, there's a nice little one there we'll grab along the way too. Brilliant stuff. And then we'll start thinking about maybe putting down some outposts or something like that. Doing really well. We're going to get our growth star right now. Love to see it. There's one of our era stars. So we earn era stars to earn fame in the game. And once we reach the number of stars within the era, we can be promoted to the next era. You can see we earned the growth star for 5 population. The knowledge star we will earn. We're just finding those discoveries. And we'll also get the hunting star as well. And then that will complete all of our era stars required to push us through into the ancient era. Love to see it. We've unlocked an era star. It's wonderful and amazing and everybody's partying. Because, actually, we don't even need all those stars. We can do it. Ooh, okay, so I want to try as many different cultures as I can. So I'm going to pick a different one from last time. But I will just flick through them all just to get a feel for what we could go for. Could go the gold build. Tempting. Zhao will provide us with stability and science per adjacent mountain. +5 science per adjacent mountain from the Confucian school. Wow. And we just get a flat-out stability on district bonus, which will be really useful. I'm very tempted by the Zhao, actually. I don't think we need military units early on. We played with the Babylonians last time. We played with the Egyptians as well, so I'll skip over them. It's funny how this runner's unit has less movement than the unit we were looking at just before. That's odd. See, like some of these mounted units actually have 6 movement, whereas this quote-unquote runner only has 5. So might be time to invest in a horse friend. +1 combat strength automatically upgrades to outpost. Nah. Very military based. And then we have the Nubians who get +2 industry, +2 money, +3 money per adjacent market quarter, and +4 money on luxury resource deposit. Yeah, so we could go big gold with the noobs, but I don't think we'll do that. I think we'll go with Zhao. This looks really interesting to me. The unique unit is a heavy cavalry. We'd need a few things before we could start building them. But I really like the science building. And of course, chat always loves science too. So we'll grab that. We'll grab that most beautiful science of the Zhao. They're a state empire, so they're focused on influence and diplomacy, whereas others, for example, like the Assyrians, much more focused on expansion. Not necessarily military, but expansion. Let's go with Zhao. A wonderful start. We'll receive +2 stability on districts. We will get the Confucian school, which I think is fantastic, and this unique unit, which will be great once we can build it. Let's do it. We're jumping into the ancient era. Brilliant. Let's separate these people out to different sanctuaries. Really fan out. Fan out, team. You can go to that one. Brilliant. You can go south. And we'll send 2 south and then we'll split them up. Cool and brilliant. We did actually collect the knowledge star as well. Love to see it. Love to see it. So hopefully we can keep pushing through with our era goals. All the science.
The challenges of a young civilization.
And we get the wonderful,
the
wonderful little video here for advancing into the next era. You love to see it.
Markets and markets.
I'll skip it, but you do love to see it. And just like that, hey, look, this is working properly now. Cool, that's working as intended. That was not working properly last time. As is our culture, we've reached the ancient era. Woohoo! Cities can now be constructed by queuing the city creation constructible, and we received this aesthete. I can never say that word properly. Really infuriating. We received this new era star bonus because of our unique culture. So, reach a total of 300 influence. Currently, we have none per turn. And that will get us some extra fame, which is required to win the game. So, we'll work towards that. You can see also we have a whole load of other era stars we can earn for owning 4 territories, for having 6 districts, population, money, technologies, and military units. So we can focus in on those things. It's manageable enough in this era. I think it's really manageable in this era. So let's start claiming some territories. This one has silk and an unknown strategic resource. Looks good to me. This guy's like, why don't you just settle where you started? I'm like, well, I'd rather not. Let's ransack this sanctuary anyway. 15 gold from this one, unfortunately. Not the end of the world. And we'll ransack this one as well for another 10 gold. And I think we will start claiming. Let's just start claiming like there's no tomorrow. Let's first send this guy off. Hello? Good to see you. Not really good to see you, of course. It's terrible to see him. But we can do a bit of fighting. We can do a few early skirmishes. I don't see why not. He was, of course, not wanting a bar of it. We'll immediately strike and take out one of their units. Nice, nice, nice. I feel like it doesn't hurt to be a little aggressive in the early game. And then we'll... Wow, that would be a really productive city, wouldn't it? We'll just do what the game suggests. We'll claim this our starting tile. We're ransacking it. We're doing all sorts. We'll claim a few tiles, of course. We're not just going to claim the one. We're going to be claiming like there's no tomorrow. Got a couple of successful plunders down. There's a big beast that we could definitely not defeat. But we'll walk past it. We just can't see it anymore. It's just disappeared. Oh, there it goes.
Come over here. Follow me.
Cool. Okay, those guys are sorted. They're going to be colonizing. What's going on down here? You've completed that ransack. Let's get another outpost popped down there. Start claiming some land. And let's squeeze out this unit as well, I'd say. We're pushing it a little bit. This one's a bit weak. No! Shoot. That was my own doing. I was a little greedy because we picked up a lot of early units. And so I was just like, let's just throw them in and see what happens. We'll pull back. It's all good. It's not the end of the world. Dominic! Thank you for subscribing, Dominic! A pleasure to have you here. Sorry, I missed you. Thanks, Devilish, for picking that up. Always much appreciated. I do miss those subscriber ones. I think it's not even my fault. I'm pretty sure I just don't get the alert until the next day. Because when I look back through the stream software that I use, I can see them all the next day. But of course, that's not helpful when you're watching live, is it, Dominic? I'm feeling quite lucky that they chose not to just keep attacking me. Feeling quite fortunate about that, actually. This guy's not going to find a lot down this way, I suspect. But we do have our first colony establishing, which is wonderful. Let's go. So we know that the map basically ends here. There's like an island and that's it. Woof, she's a big map. She's a big map. My goodness. Okay, let's chop that. There's a free victory, something we can actually destroy confidently. Brilliant. Also work towards killing those 3 animals, which we wanted to do. This guy can now leave. He doesn't have to sit here on this tile. So we can actually start moving him around. We can also, soon, once we get carpentry, start chopping forests, which is my absolute favorite thing to do. Because there's basically no downside to it. So just chop all the forests you can. Because you can just replant them later if you need them. Is basically how it works. And it gets you a whole load of production. Why are you running towards that? Yikes. Jeepers. Come on, dude. Let's just tone it down. Okay. Culture chosen. Okay. Good to note. Yeah, we're not a huge diplomat with our guys down in the south, but, like, who really cares, to be honest?
I'm on it.
This is some nice land. Look at this. It's flat. It's got some mountains, which we'd really like. Stone fields, apparently. The Stonefield Natural Wonder. Interesting. What kind of yields have we got? Pretty poor. Pretty poor, but we could work a Natural Wonder. That could be fun. Something a little bit different. So we've got that one territory claiming there. Would be nice to get... It would actually be really nice to get this one, wouldn't it? Let's run down this way. Because this one has a silk deposit. It has that strategic resource in the rocky field. And we have some mountains as well. So we can actually put down our unique building and actually have it yield something slightly useful. Which would be miraculous, to say the least. Here's a animal we can slaughter. Brilliant. Done and dusted. And in just 2 turns, we'll have our little colony set up. Beautiful. We're just going to leave he who sits here next to this mountain for the time being. But we'll send 10 units over and give him a chop at some point. He can just meander about for now. I wish there were benefits for, like, leaving them alive rather than just killing them for food. But I guess it makes sense. But surely there'd be... Surely we could, like, farm them or something, right? Okay, this guy's been annoying down here, so I'm gonna come down and have a look. Just make sure that our outpost doesn't get messed with. Oh, there's a couple of units here. That's a yikes. Flee uphill slightly. Hope that we don't get attacked. What are they feeling like with us at the moment? Probably really frustrated. They're just hesitant. Okay. Okay. That's all good. So let's just zoom out to the territory view. We want to claim this one, and then probably this one. I guess it does have at least a resource. So we could think about doing that right now. We have the influence. I do like this one as a priority though, just because it has those 2 resources that we can already see. So let's have a wee think about where we'd like it. We can get a mega productive city next to these mountains, or we could exchange some production for some food. Now, it's always a trade-off. Like, if we go here, we get 21 production, but, like, no food. Down there, nice, fertile floodplains. Up there, is a nice balance too. The game is right. It does actually, to its defense, the AI does a really good job in this game of finding the absolute best places where you could settle. And these recommendations are very good. I'm going to heed the recommendation for now, actually, and settle there. But while that's working, we'll reestablish this dude down that way. Yep, that's fine. That is fine. Right, how are we doing? We're doing good. And so we have received a diplomatic offer. They'd like to trade luxuries with us, and we can keep fighting them. Now, accepting... We could push them for, like, 10 gold, but I'm willing to accept that. Let's trade some luxuries, and let's see what you've got. You've got none. But we're setting up... We're setting it up for the future, because in just a few turns, we'll have some. Look at this. You can see... We can see we actually nearly have our first city. We could establish our first city. And you know what? I think we'll do just that. Wha-bam! There you have it, folks. Our first city is up and running. And you can see the city yields up the top here. It's currently going to grow in one turn. It's fully stable and earning but 3 influence from the center of the city. Now we get to choose districts to put down. We can see we have our unique science district, which is really good because it provides stability and science for adjacent mountain. So, do we have any mountains in this initial territory? It doesn't look like we do. Stone fields. These are all just rocky fields and stone fields. There aren't even any adjacent... Oh, there is one adjacent mountain there. So, we can, if we sort of build the city up this way, up the hills, we will be able to eventually put one down on that tile. For now, we can only put it down adjacent to our cap. So instead, I am of course going to favor a farmer's quarter. It recommends putting one there. I'm more likely to put it here because I want to move up this way. I mean, either way, I'd move up this way, but I quite like having these river tiles connected a bit closer, and also buffing those tiles a bit more. So I'm going to go for one less food, but sort of sway the city to sort of tutor it to grow up this way rather than necessarily out this way, which it could also do just as easily. So there we go. That was a long ramble about putting a district down. We can, of course, also do some research. So we have to think about, well, what do I want first? I do need horses, but I also love, as I said, I love clearing forests for the extra production. So I'm going to go carpentry first, and then we'll jump back into domestication and then calendar, because they're all super important. Carpentry has been researched. Wonderful stuff. Let's grab domestication next. We can now chop forests, which, as I say, I love to do. Let me show you why. Let me show you why. So you can see here now there's an ability for this worker to clear a forest. And we'll clear that one right there. Oh, hello. Forgot that you were still here. So he's going to take 4 turns to clear that. And that will provide plus 10 production to our main city. And you can see it's currently earning 9 per turn. So that's more than 1 turn's worth of production for literally just chopping a forest. I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? It's a no-brainer. And you can just plant them again later if you want them, so you don't need to stress too much about their yields. Particularly, like, we're probably removing their yields anyway, so, you know, it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. A world deed has been locked, so these world deeds can only be achieved by 1 civilization. And you can see what other people have already done. They've discovered places in the world. But there's still so much they haven't done. Like gaining access to every resource. Huge amount of fame, really. But there are some of these that we can do relatively easily. Like, hopefully we'll get the first holy site. Circumnavigating the globe isn't too hard. And worth a lot as well. It's worth, like, you know, all of these. Hopefully we might even be able to get the discover writing first, but that could be a tough ask. To be honest, it could be a tough ask. Bake Do is being established. Love Bake Do. Let's... Any forests? Foresty forests? No? That's fine. You, actually, could just take a couple of turns just to heal up a bit before we send you back out into the middle of nowhere. The Great Expanse. Okay, what are you up to? I think we'll want this guy to put a claim down here before it gets too late. Wondering where exactly we want to go. Remembering that this is just such a productive area, but really blinking low on food. Oy, oy vey. 3, 4 food. There's 5. I can squeeze 5 food if I go there. But I do really want to be near the mountains and near the strategic resources. 4 food is a bad spot to be in, but it's not the worst ever. So let's chuck this outpost down on these mountains next to these strategic resources. It's going to be a very profitable city when it becomes a city. Brilliant. The land grab will continue. A fun thing to do is to push it down south and really pin these guys in, because there's sort of almost a chokehold. There's almost a geographic chokehold here. Also, I'm slightly excited about connecting this natural wonder as well. So we'll save up our influence and maybe make a claim on this territory next. Maybe. While we're doing that, we might as well do some exploring, though, because we're going to have to wait a few turns, right? We've got a few turns to explore. Let's do it. This unit is actually quite weak. We scared them off. I'm so rude to them. You start chopping down some of these forests. Chop it, baby. All the production. That's what I'm wanting from these forests. Just as much early production as I can get. We could attach this to the main city and sort of merge them together. You can merge outposts with cities. Or, of course, we could save our influence and turn these outposts into cities. We have lots of options. I can continue to harass this unit this turn. It's a close fight. We slay them. Oh, feels real bad. So, as an ace slay, I have this ability with 50 gold. I can do Cultural Blitz. Immediately bring one of your empire's territories back into your sphere of influence and gain influence for each adjacent territory already in your sphere. If you do not have the strongest influence in the territory, there's a high chance of getting it back. So we have to remember that if our influence view starts to show that we don't. But you can see we have actually started formally establishing influence in Haojing up here. So influence is good. We are starting to, I wouldn't say colonize the world, but we're starting to leave our mark, which is a nice way of saying we're starting to colonize the world. Right. What's next? I think we need to actually do some more exploration. Let's get out and see the world. And we're just going to send this one lone hunting party out. Should be strong enough. I might keep this dude around for forest clearing though. We'll just clear all the forest. All the forest. I'm just wondering. Nah, we'll end that turn. We'll go to turn 20. I'm thinking about, in case you're wondering, sorry, I should tell you. I'm thinking about what's going to be the wider plan here. What specifically, what will my next culture be? Because that matters a lot. Here's a horse deposit. Kind of a weird way to put it, isn't it? But here's a deposit for horses. I'm thinking about my broader strategy. Here's another sanctuary we can ransack anyway, so it's like a little bit of gold. Okay, they've just settled right here, so we need to yeet the absolute yeeting out of here, because that's scary. And I don't know what else is following. But I would love to claim this land, so I am still going to sort of hold my ground. Station that unit there. And hopefully they won't... they are pursuing. Okay. We don't have anyone even close to help, unfortunately. I'm just going to keep brutalizing these animals out in the open. Another one bites the dust. And another one down. Oh, poor things. It's fine. It is what it is. Run straight to the sanctuary. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And ransack it for a little bit of gold. Love me a bit of gold. I very, very, very do. I very do? Goodness gracious, it's early. Okay. I think we're going to need some reinforcements down south. And for that reason, I'm going to send this unit directly down. Tempted to chop some forests along the way, but I'll resist just for now. And, okay, so our capital finished its district, and you can see now we are comfortably producing a bit of food here. I do need to, like I say, build the district out and up this way so that I can put my unique down. So I'm going to have to keep placing... So this one here I can place 9 food. We'll lose 8 stability. This one will only get 8 food. But it will make these tiles more fertile. You can see just to the right here, it's going to provide +3 food to that river. So that's actually all good. We'll build another food one smack bang there. Oh, and what was that? Jake Barge with the $10 donation. My goodness, Jake. You're a machine. Jake Barge super chats $10 and says, love supporting your stuff, dude. One day I'll be the most regular and top donor. Maybe. Please do, as I always say, take care of yourself first. Always take care of yourself first before taking care of me. But I really appreciate you taking care of me, Jake. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. That really does mean a lot. I also, on a side note, love the fact that the yellow of that super chat is the same or a similar yellow to my new like members badge yellow. I appreciate the small things like that. What are you doing up at Bake Do?
Come over here.
We'll send this hunting party up just to remind the enemy of what exactly they're doing and where exactly they are. AKA, in my lands, time to leave. Here's another sanctuary. It's quite difficult terrain, lots of rivers and hills, but we can get there and pillage it. And yes, so here come our reinforcements. We need to heal. We need to heal in friendly territory. Let's make this friendly territory by attaching the Alcor outpost to Haoxing, the capital. Forgive my pronunciation. That will make it so it's treated more like a city and count as friendly territory. And then, hopefully we can race that unit back. We'll sort of swap these guys over. And Devilish with another $1.99 super chat. Not if I have anything to say about it. You guys, you guys are so generous. Thank you, Devilish. Thank you so much. I don't think anyone will ever beat you for most frequent. That just seems unfathomable to me. Maybe one day in the super far distant future, but never. Craven Cole just subscribed. Craven, I saw that alert, and I was clearly lying before about missing them. Welcome to the team, Craven. Thanks for subbing. And we got domestication, which lets us farm horses. I also, of course, want to be able to mine as many resources as I can, so I'll grab calendar. It's a no-brainer, I think, for the third technology. And while we're here, we might as well ransack this. A little bit of extra gold never hurts. Okay, what's going on down here? There's a little skirmish. Interesting. Interesting. Rats! Okay. We unfortunately lost that territory that we wanted because it had the natural wonder. Thankfully, there are about 1 million others that I can expand to, so it's not the end of the world. And of course, we could consider getting out the war stick later. Maybe soon? Maybe. Raven says, "Hi man, love your stuff." Oh. Thank you. Thanks for joining us too. Always nice to have people here live. Look at this. Get out of my face. Honestly, we're gonna need to invest in the war stick, clearly. I'm still happy to just send this unit out into the middle of nowhere though. I feel like let's just explore. One little tile at a time. See if we can plot out some of the map. Maybe pick up some era stars. That would be really nice. This unit cannot make up its mind on what's the most efficient way to run around here. Stupid thing. Oh, that's fine. Let's get another outpost down soon too, I think. Sue? Goodness gracious, I can't speak this morning. Seeing a lot of war sticks in the chat. I don't know. Okay, you need to flee. I think actually fleeing around this side back to friendly territory might be the way to do it, just because I don't know about sneaking back past this outpost. It feels very close. Very close. What was that notification? Oh, sweet. Some pop gain. Oh, yeah, look at that. It would actually be nice to actually see what's around here, too. Oh, and we discovered the breathtaking Caucasus Mountains. The Caucasus. Oh, well, I'd love to have them. I think we just grab them. Let's just grab this land. This guy's going to be so pissed. And that just makes it even more funny. The only frustrating thing is, the best spot to settle by far is probably in that nook. Well, that would be a very productive spot. I'm just scanning about. There is a river there. It doesn't provide a great amount of food, but we could settle on it with the knowledge that a farmer's district would buff all of those tiles. So if I settle there, it's 5 food and 8 production. Settling there is 7 food and 12 production. We take a bit of a productive hit, but we also make it a much more safe outpost because it's not right next to Kochab. So, bringing that all into consideration, I do believe that settling an outpost there is not a terrible play, and actually a fairly reasonable play. So let's do that. Haojing can build territories down here, but we're pretty keen to... Oh, actually, hold the phone. We can actually get our first... Yes, let's get Haojing to build... Let's get Haojing to build the unique Confucian school down here by these mountains, because that is just absolutely what we want. And then we can even get it to build its own one later. But I think probably if we can get a little bit of adjacency from up there, that's the better play. In terms of food and growth, everything's looking pretty good. Tempted to get one more of these food quarters down. There is an outstanding one, but I'll pop one there. It'll snake the city up that way. We'll fill in the rest of this with like farm and fertile stuff, and then get our district down very soon. Cool. And here we go. We have a new Civic. Welcome to the Civics tree, for those who haven't seen it before. This is the culture tree, basically. And you can see there are 4 sort of ideologies, I guess is a way to think about them. So you can see collectivism, that's a socialized economy, versus individualism, a more capitalist, individualized private economy. Likewise, you can see homeland versus the world, introspective versus extrospective, spit it out, liberty versus authority, and then finally tradition versus progress. And so every decision that you make in the civics tree will sway your civilization more toward one or the other, and you can see that as I move between, let's say, tradition and progress, the bonuses for tradition are increased faith and stability, the bonuses for progress are increased science and stability. So you can choose. Also, when you adopt these, the other element is not only are you shifting your civic towards one of these ethos, one of these ideologies, but also you're getting a bonus that's written very clearly here. So, if I move towards progress, I will boost science in my empire and receive +5 influence on the main plaza. If I move towards tradition, I will receive faith and faith from holy sites. I'm more interested in the science in this case because I picked a scientific culture. So I'm going to move us towards progress rather than tradition, which I do quite like. It'll put us just in the second band towards progress, which will unlock +10 stability on all cities and +5 science, +5% science on cities or outposts, and we'll get that bonus. So I'm going to enact natural right. We've also got legitimacy and codified laws here. So again, I can go customary laws. That'll actually pull us back into the center, away from progress, removing that bonus, but we will allow us to apply the celebratory status on new cities. However, with my laws, I can move more towards progress again. That'll push us near this band really hard toward the progress ethos. It will also modify the attached outpost cost and absorb city cost. That's the one, that is definitely the one for me because I'm doing a bit of that. I can't afford it right now. You can see it costs 80 influence and I only have 13. But because of the previous civic I enacted, we're earning more influence per turn. That's a little rundown. Full videos to come in due course, of course. And, oh yeah, and we've got this poor, weak, rogue exploratory unit that hopefully is not going to get its head chopped off when it randomly wanders into an enemy. We'll station it for the time being. And I'm pretty keen just to keep moving this hunting party down. There is a wee sanctuary there that we could pillage along the way, which I'm absolutely a fan of. For extraordinaire, love your name, dude. By the way, says the closed beta feels more like a glorified opendev. Very similar to the opendev. Definitely very similar to the opendev. I would definitely say that much. Green have got a few units around, and I don't want them to mess with what I'm gonna be putting down over here. So we'll ditch the idea of pillaging that sanctuary and actually start connecting these units. We could retreat if they fight. They'd be a fool not to fight me there. So I'm fully expecting them to try and fight me here. Wow. What a scaredy cat. We'll merge those armies together. And because it's now friendly territory, I can actually heal them up. So we'll fortify until healed inside our new territory of Nash, which is going to absolutely pin their home territories down into the bottom left-hand corner of the map. That's going to be really quite big for us, I think. In terms of treaties, they've offered this trade luxuries treaty. Do you actually have any? Well, I don't really see any great deal in doing it, but sure, we'll improve our diplomacy. That's fine. That's fine. Happy to do that. Let's see if they respond unkindly to Nash. I don't think they'll have the strength. Nash will enter the sphere of influence. Influence is going to be a bit of a difficulty for us here in Nash once it's established. However, we do have the cultural blitz that will allow us to pull it immediately back in. So maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe. Bagdu's population grows. Love to see it. We'll turn that into a city one day. Maybe. Or we might connect an adjacent tile and super city them up. We'll see how we go. Either way, we can create a religion. So, very simply, we can choose between these two. Last time I chose shamanism, plus 10 faith and plus 10 influence on holy sites. But I could go for more of a faith generatory game, and I think I will this time. The plus 5 influence is good enough, and the extra faith, love to see it. Let's do it. Founding a religion, and we've figured out how calendars work too, which I love to see. I really value getting our unique unit up, so I'm going to push towards the wheel. It also requires a couple of strategic resources, namely bronze. So I'm going to have to then backtrack to bronze through defense, which is not a bad one to pick up anyway for the warriors. Nice cheap unit. And, yeah, I mean, we'll get spearmen, we'll get the forge, we'll get the watchtower. They're fine. But yeah, I'm moving towards the wheel for roads. And then the other thing that I really like is flood irrigation to help early cities grow quickly. And also, once we get through into the classical era texts, we can start to get the +1 city cap from philosophy. And I believe there's another one not too further along. Yeah, there you go. Foreign outposts and theology as well. So I'm keen to get my city caps increased. Here's a totally free skirmish for us. Yep, he fled, which is good for us. Because this is my land! Oh, cool. And we've got another unique event. I love these unique events so much. Let's see what we've got. I don't know if you guys like me to read them out or just gloss over them, but basically some musicians are here. They bring nobility to religious rituals. Blah, 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 holy rites, blah, blah, blah. Alas, is too small a number, especially the good ones, and now the world is renowned for reach across the empire. Lords, priests, commanders, among others, are grousing that their city deserves such artists too. How will we satisfy them? Right, you want some musicians, do you? Street musicians riddle our capital. They could help commerce elsewhere, so we can send them off and get money but lose science, and there's unexpected consequences. Or we can spend $60 to build an institution for music. You know what? I'm going to spend the $60 on that, because that gives us plus 10% production, which increased this by 2 turns. 2 turns. Hey, Devilish again. See, Jake, he's just such a regular contributor. Devilish with another $1.99. Devilish says with his $1.99 super chat, we have Devilites. A cult game just makes sense. You're right, it does, doesn't it? Should we see if we can do a little bit of skirmishing down here still? We'll run right up on our border. And boom! Another victory! We won the Battle of Liliboria. Our population's war support increased. Love to see it. Yeah, so we destroyed another one of the units, which is really good, just to keep them in check, you know. The people of Alioth converted to Zao polytheism, which is our religion, and so did the people of Alcor. Lovely. I don't even know where those people are. So, nice to have you on board. We can actually keep pushing in here and harassing her a bit more, and I reckon we do it. Look at this. We're just like in her land harassing her. We both lost a unit each. That'll teach me. I'll run away with my tail between my legs next turn. No, I need to be safe. I need to definitely play it safe with this poor guy. He can fortify until healed within the same turn as moving. Alright, so how did our investment go? So we spent $60, we improved our production at the same time, and the euphoric. Music is a sacred art, only to be performed by those with the requisite learning. So that pushed us a little bit more toward... It modified the order axis and actually pushed us a little bit towards authority, which to be honest, is an unintended consequence. I wouldn't have... What? Like, we built somewhere for musicians and now we're more authoritative? I feel like embracing culture is the opposite of that. However, Nash converted to a new religion, ours, as did Baekdu. Brilliant. So now, under our religious control, if I jump into the religious menu, which, by the way, I love this menu. I know I said it last time, but it is really good. These little blobs down the bottom here, really fascinating. You can see we've adopted our religion early, and now it's just taking over by storm, particularly because we're so close to the enemy down here. So close. So we can get our first holy site up and running. Huge boost to faith. But also we've got a lot of development that we want to do within these cities, including connecting our luxuries, which provide such huge bonuses that shouldn't be understated, I don't think. Also, we can trade them for money. And also, we'll need to connect at least copper and horses if we can. Do I have a unit of horses even within the Empire yet? No. So we're going to need to go out and claim that territory to get the horses. I believe that's our closest horses. Yes. Okay. So that's fine. We can sort that from Baekdu. I would love a unit, but I'm going to do my typical greedy thing and not build it just yet. It's only going to take 2 turns to connect that resource, so we'll connect that up. And then we'll queue our holy site and grab it online. We'll queue our holy site and get it online for the Cult of Devilish. We'll pop it there. That'll help our city expand up that way, which is kind of my second tier benefit from placing the holy site up there. Okay, now Nash is still growing, which surprises me actually. 139 influence, we can turn it into a city, or we could connect it up to another one if we want to try and get some kind of super city deal going on. But for now, we'll just save up our influence. We also do have those civics to invest into. I'm curious to see how different donations affect the algorithm. Does Jumbo get more views with larger donations, or does it just see the super chat and boost regardless? That is a really interesting point, Devilish. And to Jake's point earlier, 2 more to match me. You're kidding, I know, and I really appreciate it. I wonder about that too. I do really wonder about that. Like, does a big lump sum, the algorithm's like, oh my goodness, this person's worth, $20 or whatever. Or is it better to have, like, little ones trickling in? And I don't know, because it's entirely new to me as well. And YouTube doesn't obviously disclose anything to do with how, like, YouTube's like, let's just make YouTube a mystery. So, I don't know. There's a forest I can chop down. These guys have healed up, so we'll put them to work. And one thing we could consider doing before we turn Nash into a city is relocating it into this productive little nook. We've got the wheel, which will let us build our unit, but again, we need horses and copper, so we'll continue working on bronze working in the tech tree. And we have a new Civic. Of course, it's a religious one because we're mega religious. So we could shift there and get extra production in exchange for gold. If we go towards a more privatized economy, we'll earn more gold. If we go towards a collective economy, we'll earn more production. We will also unlock procession, which allows us to spend money to increase stability. I really like that. I really, really can't stress that enough, actually. That has saved my backside. The alternative would be to encourage personal rights, which would modify religious district industry cost by 10%. So we get cheaper holy sites. That would help us right now in terms of production, but I really like the procession thing, and I'm actually just going to buy that outright and postpone building a city for a bit longer. We earned one of the scientific era stars, which is really nice for us. How close are we to these? 2 more territories to get that one, so that's very close. 2 more pop. And destroy 1 more military unit. So we need to get a kill, get some pop, and claim 2 territories. Kill, pop, 2 territories. So I'm going to remember it. Cool. Sweet. Okay, we're straight into bronze working now. Baekdu's grown, so there's 1 pop. As usual, we get to choose who do we want to lead our religion. Just men will pull us just slightly back on the tradition front. Woman also, interestingly. all will push us slightly more towards progression, so we'll do that. I would have done it anyway. I'm a fan of all. Sweet, there's our agrarian star, so there's our 2 pop, which just instantly got that, which was nice to see. And I love how these little tooltips come up. It's like, hey, look, you're pretty close to this. We just need, so next turn we'll get the first influence star, and if we can just get one more military kill. We're chopping down that forest, but we might, like, peek into their land and see what they're up to. Or, if we get lucky up this way. Oh, wow, look, there's a discovery right next to this outpost. Sweet. Maybe we'll get really lucky. Okay, so Baekdu is now starving, so I should turn my attention to them. They need to be a city. Or we could spend some influence to get them one of these, which I really like. Let's do that. Is that sage? It is. Brilliant. There's another sage for us, which we just spent a bit of influence to grab, which I like a lot. See, so we can actually move this outpost for just 17. So we could spend 17 and, like, plop it in there if we're feeling a bit more comfortable about our position. Speaking of feeling comfortable about our position, here's a fight in open field that I feel like I can... Oh my goodness, no. Okay, so that we've reached a point now where skirmishes are no longer tolerated. Baekdu really does need to be a city. We'll help you out soon, Baekdu. Sweet, we got 10 gold from that. Easy mode. And we've sort of reached the tip of the world. Where do I want to go now? Probably fill in this part of the map. I love the way the hexes fall off the side of the tiles you haven't discovered like this. Baekdu's population has gained. So Baekdu looks like it's like right on the border of not being able to support having more pop than where it is right now. Oh, and we have a grievance available with these guys. An army is trespassing. How badly are they trespassing? It's trespassing and retreating. And what do we have here? Some mercenaries. Ugh. Yeesh. At least, okay, it's alright. We're 1 turn away from our holy site, so that's all good. We'll fix that. And yeah, we're sending this unit back into friendly territory. Chop down another forest. May as well. Hunting party's got nothing else to do. It's just sort of patrolling the borderlands. Oh, brilliant. We got another era star. Love to see it. Collect 7 era stars by fulfilling goals related to achieve our era goal, which hopefully we'll be able to do.
Something to make our affairs more civil?
Trade luxuries? Yes. Let's do that. We'll trade luxuries with purple, because we're not, like, too stressed about them. Do they actually have anything? We can buy their salt. Big transport cost. +5 food, +3 stability. I'll buy that. Yeah, I'll buy that. A nice little bonus. Nice way to convert your gold into early bonuses. And we did it! We built our holy site and achieved the 100 100 fame from constructing a holy site. Lovely, lovely stuff. Okay, I do need to consider claiming some more territory, so maybe once that guy's chopped down that forest, we pull him out somewhere else. Craven Cole, gotta go to sleep, guys. It's pretty late in Southern Europe right now. Oh, you're in Southern Europe. Brilliant stuff, dude. Good night, enjoy the stream. Good night. Good night, and thank you so much for joining us, Craven. Okay, cool. We've got bronze working, so we can now actually build our... We've met all the prerequisites for our unique unit. Now, which technologies would I like to backfill? Irrigation. Irrigation! New grievance available. Is that that same one from before? Let's have a look. Ah, these guys. We'll actually demand it on them. They're demanding that we give them Nash. Refuse that. And we're demanding that they pay us 100 gold because they're trespassing. We'll leave that in. That's going to surge war support from both of us. Absolutely surge war support up. We are currently less powerful than them. I'm not too stressed about that. Because we're going to get our cities producing some military units quick smart. And then we're just going to roll over them. And that's my plan. Here's some undiscovered things. Look at this. This is paying off. Baekdu is classically just sort of like slightly starving itself, but not starving itself too much. And we are selling some of our sage through trade. And okay, that's all good. Not too worried about those notifications. Fate of the free cities. The world has been divided into rulers and ruled. Great spawning empires and proud independent cities. You'll struggle with other empires, but you should not forget the part these free cities can play. Cool. So free cities are like city-states in Humankind, for those less familiar. But they do sort of rise and fall, so they disappear. They'll disappear throughout the game. They'll appear randomly throughout the game. Now we have to choose if we want to be world-focused or homeland-focused with this Civic. We don't have to take it right now. Higher army cost can be reduced, or assimilate cost can be reduced. I really like assimilating them. I think that's really powerful. It will also provide us with food. We're not really interested in alliances. We're more interested in just assimilating them into the homeland. So I will grab assimilated peoples, but probably not yet. Unless I want to grab the reduced stability but increased food, which I don't. So I'm just going to hold off on that, because there's a very important balance that you play when you mess with those axes and those sliders. You're always giving up something. So here you can see there's going to be some free people are going to be established there. You can see some free people there. There. They're just everywhere. We need to get claiming this land. Oh, you're like a million miles away, though. We need someone to claim this land. Baekdu constantly rising and falling. The religious conversion of this territory will be achieved in one turn. These territories are just going to instantly convert to my religion, which I love to see. Can I withdraw this unit from this border to go and claim a territory? I think the answer is yes. We'll replace it with something better anyway. Speaking of, I really want to get my horses online. But I do need to get copper online. That's actually something that I must do. So we'll build that first. That is a prerequisite to getting our unique unit. So we'll absolutely do it. And what did we discover there? Oh, sweet. That is actually so handy. We just found a free warrior. Brilliant stuff. Let's send it 8 turns. It's a big hike. Makes it less urgent to bring this unit back. So we might sort of keep zigging around these mountains with this guy. Keep exploring some of the world. You never know what you might find, after all, out in the great expanse of the open world. I also wonder, Devilish, what impact it has on the algorithm if I comment in the chat. Now, it's difficult for me to do because I have to do it from my phone, because I actually only have one monitor. So I can't, I can't control the stream and play. But, yeah. But I can do it. I just have to do it from my phone. So it's not the end of the world. That unit is fine. Why is it... What? Make your way back. Sweet. Irrigation unlocks 2 really important pieces of infrastructure, or at least 2 things that I think are really important. Flood irrigation, which is food, and then also the public fountain, which is a great way to just grab a whole load of stability. One of our science stars have been earned. How do we manage that? Oh, sweet. Okay, so 1 more tick and we'll get that full 251 fame reward. Man, I think we should focus that, actually. I don't mind staying in this era for a bit longer to grab that. So let's just grab the cheap techs, masonry, fishing, and then, actually, new plan. Let's grab organized warfare first. Then writing, then backfill masonry. Writing, raw, or do we want writing first? Writing has an error star associated with it, but I think organized warfare might be better in case we end up actually going to organized warfare. which we may do. It's a big yikes. What do we need? So now we just need horses. I'm wondering if any of our
Yes,
friends...
greetings. I hope you don't mind if I stare.
She has no strategic resources. Well, that's cool. That's really cool. Look at all these units. All these random empires strolling about. What we can do, actually, is claim this land with this guy while he's making his way back. We'll do that. We'll claim this land, get it set up quick, smart. So here's a city-state empire. You can see we're getting +3 patronage over them per turn. They are really collective and really worldly. And we're sort of... We're not particularly worldly, but we are making our way slightly towards collectivism. I can choose to spend some gold to increase this modifier, and it's actually not a lot of gold. And now I've upped that to +27. We're just sort of bribing them to be a part of our empire. I'll do it once with influence, maybe twice. Yeah. So now we're getting +11, working towards kinship with them. And then we'll become cordial, and then friendly, and that will make it easy for us to assimilate them. Basically, we just take this city for free and pull it into our empire, which is a really good expansion plan, by the way, if you want to play the diplomatic route. It's a really good way to grow. We need to produce some units regardless. So let's have a look at our heavy cavalry, which we will be able to do once we get horses. Horse-towed vehicles carrying a crew of 2 and help commanders observe and control the battlefield. Okay, so it's a strong unit. It's a strong unit. It has 23 strength. The spearman has 20, and it will take 3 turns. It's anti-cavalry as well, although I don't know if we'll be coming up against cavalry units. I'm just thinking, like, is it better for me to have a ranged? Is it better for me to have archers? Yeah, I'm going to build a ranged unit. I'm going to build an archer, and then we'll build our unique unit when we can. Just because I think we're going to need a little bit of the old war stick, if you know what I'm saying. So we'll invest in that. But also, I don't want to let my city fall too far behind. We've got a lot to manage. We've got a lot to manage in this growth strategy if we want to actually execute it properly. Ooh. Let's have a look at what this land would actually be, right? Because I'm going to assimilate it into my empire. I want to know what they've actually got. So we'll send this guy down and do a wee bit of scouting. Meanwhile, of dogs and wolves, unique event has triggered. Alarming tidings from the capital, the heart of the empire's most important breadbasket region. Shepherds in the city surrounding land, claim that wild beasts are killing their livestock in unprecedented numbers. They warn you that if nothing is done, you'll lose both the source of food and valuable pelts. What do you want to do? Okay, so we can guard them for 20 gold. We'll get some dogs to protect them. Good consequences are coming. We could ignore them. Nature is red, tooth and claw. What do they expect? Chance of unintended consequences, but maybe nothing. Or we can hunt them down. By coordinating farmers, the local garrison, and the shepherds, we'll kill the beasts. There's a high chance of good consequences. Sacrificing many farmhands and labourers of the city given their hands. So we'll get -10 food from the farmers dying. Modify land unit industry cost down 20%. Modify air down 20, and modify naval. Wow. We'll lose food, but we'll produce our military unit faster. I'm actually going to grab that. That's great for what we want to do right now. The timing of that is actually uncanny. I can't stress enough how fantastic that is for us. That is just so good. So I'm going to spend the 50 gold to convert this territory back to mine. Because as you may have noticed, it wasn't under my influence. And then we're going to convert Nash into a city as well. Just to really bring it under my influence and strengthen this area. And we're going to, I think, prioritize a garrison first. Put it somewhere that's not going to be like overtly useful to us, but also in a way, in somewhere where we may want to expand in future. So like there potentially, get the mountain. Or no, actually that'll have a 2 mountain adjacency, whereas this will only have a 1. We'll put the garrison down there. just to get the city's defenses up, because it is right on potentially a very dangerous spot. And we picked up +5 science, whatever. It is what it is. Let's claim this territory to get these horses under our control. We need 140 influence. That'll happen soon. I'll position myself up sort of in the middle. May as well position ourselves right on the horses. There's also another resource here. It's important to remember. So we're not just doing it for the horses. It's the end of the world. Jumbo spent his gold. Hell has freezing over. I know. What's going on? What is going on? I actually am spending my gold. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Do you want to chop? No, I don't. That's fine. That's fine. Get yourself up there. Let's have a look about. Discover that. You are the warrior, and we actually don't need you here as much as we thought we would have. So, head down that way, please. What else is going on? Ooh, another event. My goodness, we are lucky. Prophecy. Right, so we've got some... Just gonna pay them off. I don't want to take any of those negative consequences. Send the archer down onto the borderlands. See what our friends are up to, so to speak. And now the capital can get back to producing probably another military unit because we have that buff. Can't quite get them, but let's grab another archer. And actually, while I can, let's also queue up our unique district. It's such a bad spot. So terrible. Looks like I'm not getting the adjacency bonus from that mountain yet, but we can get it later. So we'll pop it there. We'll pop it there because we know that that will be a good spot. We'll just need to claim this territory, which we'll do because it's right next to our capital. Baekdu can. It doesn't actually share a border. Doesn't actually share a border yet. It's weird. These borders here are very strange. Like, this is such a mess. Such a mess. You may as well stop and grab that on the way, friend. And what... Oh, this is actually our exploration unit. I see a wee anomaly down there I'd love to grab. Oh, I always get a little bit hesitant when there's a new notification. Oh, it's just a population growth. We're fine. What do we get there? We got +5 science from those animals and +5 gold from that one. These bonuses are, of course, less significant at this point in the game, but, you know, doesn't hurt. Right, so the warrior wanted to continue down to the front lines, and this guy wants to actually put down an outpost next turn somewhere in this territory. Help connect it up. For now, you can just be vigilant. And you may as well move right up onto the border. We'll put this... we'll put these archers there. We got one of our agrarian stars, which is the population one. Love to see it. We're doing pretty well. We're doing very well, actually. I'm very pleased. A few more districts wouldn't hurt. A few more pop wouldn't hurt. And literally... as soon as we claim this territory, we'll get that era star. So, let's do it. Where do we want to put down our base camp? Shame it doesn't have any mountains, but we want it for the strategic value more than anything. We would also, as I'm sort of thinking aloud here, like to have a city that produces a little bit more food than this. Not a lot of magnificent tiles. Looks like, from my very quick and dirty analysis, this is actually the spot next to these horses. Boom. It's done. And just like that, massive, massive, massive era stars for us. We sold some resources. Someone's attitude changed. Discovered some mercenaries. Change in reputation. Change in population. And crucially, era stars. All day. Another archer. Let's join these. Oh, no. See, like, do not automatically walk into their land. I want you to move to that tile. I don't want you to walk through the enemy's land to do it. Please no. Please no. Sweet. And those warriors are fine. They'll just run about and do their thing. We have some minor events from our minor diplomatic proposals or events.
Yes, greetings.
I
hope you don't mind if I stay.
She's got some silk that she's not selling us. Why? We can't afford it. Okay. Fair. We'll leave you to it. Let's have a look at these guys. Our war support is still growing because we have those unpressed demands with them. I'm not withdrawing those demands. They're just going to sit on the table. They've got a grievance that they haven't pushed. I oppressed their people. They're now suspicious of us. So now they depend on access to our lands. But the trust is improving because we can trade with them. That's fine because our war support is actually still growing. It's going to be maxed out soon. Which is actually going to be really fantastic timing, I think. What are you? Oh, yeah, that's right. We were scouting out these lands to figure out if it was a good city-state for us to steal. Somehow it looks like it has no real resources of value. Oh, it does have one. We'll have a look. It doesn't hurt to have a look, right? Era star unlocked. What was it? Oh, cool. It was actually a main one. So because we're an influence empire, an A-state empire, we're focused on influence and diplomacy, which is hilarious. Reach a total of 900 influence to get that main one. Era stars unlocked this turn. We've got 193, so we're sort of losing a little bit. We have only completed one competitive deed as well, which was the Holy Site one. Surely I can get a bit more. We'll see. We'll see. If I zoom out onto the influence view, Bakedo is not under my influence, which is kind of annoying. Not the end of the world, kind of annoying. We could chain it, but currently there's no one to chain connect it to because, frustratingly, they don't share a border. Urgh. As soon as this is established, I'm going to spend influence to connect those horses. So this unit is actually sort of done now. And it could move really anywhere. Where do I most want it? I'll just chop down a forest with it for now. We do need to do that from one of our era stars. Meanwhile, our brand new city's just completed its new land unit spawn, which is really nice. Do we want to use it to produce one? Probably not. Probably not, but I would love to get a Confucian school down around these mountains. So I'm going to get a growth district, which we desperately need, and start helping this city out a bit. Or, although, that being said, actually, let's go production here instead. And we can enter a new era because we've got those era stars. I haven't built all of my Confucian schools, which is pretty disappointing. But let's do it. We could transcend and stay with this culture, but we're absolutely not going to. I'm keen to try one of the warlike ones, which I haven't spent a lot of time with. So let's go to war. Let's choose a militaristic one. So we've got the Goths, we've got the Huns. Those are probably the only two options, aren't they? Yeah, Goths and Huns. We could go Expansionist with the Romans as well. Like, we can consider these two Expansionist ones. +2 city cap, we would actually keep that forever. That's really good. Carthaginians are merchants. Less interested in that. I think we'll go with one of these war ones. So we can get +5 combat strength from ransacking an army. And their unique district provides influence and faith, which are 2 really good things for us. And they've got another unique heavy cavalry that we won't be able to build until we get iron, but it's there. The Huns, however, have one that requires no strategic resources. It is a nomad, a special unit that gathers food through fighting and ransacking in order to multiply. It's also multi-move, so it can move until all movement points are depleted, ignoring zones of control. What would we get for our empire? We would get formidable steeds, +3 combat strength on cavalry. That would remain forever, by the way. Also +3 combat strength on mounted nomad. Interesting. Automatically upgrades regular outpost, cannot be attached to cities. A nomadic camp. An Ordu possesses tents and herds for self-sufficiency, as well as training grounds. Automatically upgrades to an outpost. Cannot be attached to cities. +2 stability. I don't know if I love that. If you stay, you can get more fame. Just for now to unlock the other stars. Yeah, that is a point. That is a really good point, 19C. A really good point. Perhaps we do stay. I liked the idea of building into more of a war, like... Okay. You've twisted my arm. You've elected to proceed with your current culture. The emblematic unit, our unique unit, and our unique district will be kept, as well as previous traits. In addition, an extra legacy trait will be gained, granting fame. Okay, let's play around with that. Let's play around with that. We do already have a pretty badass unique unit that we've worked towards. The Flooded Lands, I'm absolutely spending all the gold to protect them. I'm not having my city be destroyed by some lame flood. No, said the man. Okay, that one's building its school. I think that's fine. How are we doing with our old mates here? Yeah, look at that. We're getting ready to absolutely buy them out. You can merge, just quickly hop through their land. It's fine. And just keep fortified there. Meanwhile, we have the Devilite Scout, who's just sort of cruising for a bruising. We haven't had a look through here. Let's have a look through here.
As urban centers grow,
And just like that,
both
we have another
idea-
wonderful transition into the next era. You love to see it. You love it. Cool. Righto. Enough of that nonsense. Not that it's nonsense, it's actually beautiful. I take that back. Oh, jeepers. It's a long way around. It's a long way around that hill. What are you producing? 5 turns for a military unit. The gold buyout cost isn't ridiculous either. Something to bear in mind. We could just buy out a unit. Either way, we've got a warrior who's going to come down and help strengthen these archers a bit. Feeling like with maybe 1 or 2 other units, we'll be ready to roll down and maybe force our hand a little bit. We've just finished organized warfare, which is great for us. Let's get writing next. Very important. Doubt we will have been first to that at this point because we took a slightly different route. Culture chosen. The Olmecs reached the ancient era and kept their traditions. Good decision. I respect that. Baked Dew's growing. And we saved the capital. It cost us 120 gold, but we will now get plus 15 food in it for 10 turns, which is big for us. Really big. And we'll just walk past this and hope that they don't try and fight us. Please don't fight the Devilites. They can't take it anymore. And while we're just sort of standing here waiting, we might as well chop some forests with that warrior. Always good to chop forests with spear units. Actually, speaking of, there are some forests just here, so we may as well chop them and send a bit of extra production to the capital. We're never going to work those tiles from either of these cities. Realistically, we're probably never going to work these tiles at all. So there's actually no point in the forest being there, really. And likewise up here, I'm pretty happy to keep doing some deforesting, provide that extra production while our scouts aren't doing a lot, because we're probably not going to send our scouts to war. Like, we could, but we're probably not going to. So yeah, it is what it is. Any good ransack targets? Yeah, we could ransack that trade. That could be fun. Let's have a look-see. We're evenly matched to capture their flag, but I don't really want to. I didn't mean to do this. Fine. It was a draw. We both died. Oh well. C'est la vie, say the old folks. Those are some peaceful units. Mercenaries just mercenarizing through my land. Don't harass my capital. Just trade with me. Please. Okay. Right. This city is so slow growth, but I'm going to put that district down because I want the plus 11 science right now. You're tempting to build around into this nook, absolutely, but plus 11 science from that unique district, hold me down. Hold me down. That is fantastic. A new wonder can be claimed. These provide massive amounts of fame and also other really interesting bonuses. So let's have a look at what we've got. So we've got the Colossus of Rhodes, which will... militia are not lost over time during sieges, is its unique bonus. It also provides stability on districts. This one provides... The Lighthouse of Alexandria provides stability, vision height, and vision range. Let me know in the chat, by the way, if there's one in particular that you'd like to see me get. Plus 20 stability, vision range, vision height, naval units. Not so much interested in naval units, to be honest. We got the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, which provides plus 1% science per district on city or outpost. That feels very good, particularly because we've got that unique science building. Or the Statue of Zeus, plus 40 stability. That's a huge stability boost. Plus 5% money per alliance. Meh. And more stability. Finally, we have Stonehenge, which basically works as another holy site. So it's really quite good. On capital, plus 5% food for the same religion, plus 5% stability. That one's really good. Really, really good for our religion. And then finally, the Pyramids of Giza, which basically make all of our districts cheaper forever. For me, I built the Pyramids of Giza last time, so I probably won't build them again this time, just because I'd like to try some new things. So for me, it's either Stonehenge, which is considered a holy site but doesn't count towards the cap, so we also get the holy site bonuses from it, which is why you can see its yields are just insane. And because our religion is so widespread, we'd get plus 10 food per co-religion state and plus 5 stability per state, so the bonuses from Stonehenge I think shouldn't be underrated. The only other one that I am kind of tempted by is the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, because it provides plus 1% science per district, and we have districts that are providing a lot of science already. Plus 1% is really not a great deal though. So I'm going to grab Stonehenge. And we've got an absolute meat feast in the capital. Plus 15 stability. Thanks to the gold. We should actually have a wee check on our metrics in our cities. So the capital's doing absolutely fantastic. Mutinous. Well, it's lucky we checked. Bakedo is mutinous. Unfortunately, it's not actually a city. That is problematic. There's not a lot I can do about that. Unless I save up my influence. We do have a new Civic. Maybe this could help. Plus 1... Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, okay. Jeepers, that's really good. We want to work towards that. Extra science, cannot go wrong. 19C, usually keep a cultural one for more era. It's not a bad decision. One of the reasons is slow progress of science. Yes. Do you want to play science? Because I usually play a faith game, and I choose the stone one. I like to play a little bit of an everything game. Mainly because the beta is capped at 200 turns. So, yeah. But yeah, Stonehenge. Stonehenge, totally agree. How do I want to boost my religion? Remembering that my religion is very widespread. Let's have a look. So, these tenants are really strong, by the way. So we can get +5 money on territories under our influence. So we could just make a whole lot of gold. We can get +5 science. We can make a whole lot of science. We can make a whole lot of stability. We can make a whole lot of influence. Or we can buff our holy sites themselves. Remembering that Stonehenge counts as another one. So we'll actually have 2. We can get them to provide a whole lot of food and build another one. A whole lot of industry, a whole lot of science, or a whole lot of money. What's interesting here is that part of me thinks that the multiplier on territories will be better. And I'm particularly interested in the scientific multiplier or the influence multiplier. This is actually one of the only ways to get influence out of your early religion. You'll notice that there's only one tenant for influence, +5 influence. I'm going to do it because I'm feeling a little low on influence at the moment, and this is going to be a great way for me to get a whole load of influence very quickly. Whole lot of influence. You can see we just jumped about 20 a turn already, and we only have 1 holy site down. That will grow even more. That will grow even more. I'm going to move this warrior here because I'll probably ransack this resource when we chopper. Speaking of, actually, we should consider doing that very soon. I don't want time to get away from me too much, but I really want to connect my horses. So, how is this one doing? 32 influence. Chomp. There we go. Horses connected. Love to see it. This unit is being a bit of a nuisance in Baekdu. We'll ignore it for the time being, but it is being a real pain in my backside. Let's queue one of our unique units straight into the front of the production queue, because we just finished our unique district, which is lovely. We can speed it up, so we'll actually be able to get it really soon. So that's fine. And like barely a turn, we'll be able to do it. We'll chop down another forest, though. Keep chopping. It's the old Roman Legion strategy from Civ 6, where you build the Roman Legion, chop a forest to build another Roman Legion, to chop a forest to build another Roman Legion. We'll go philosophy. Very important to increase our city cap. And deed accomplished. Wow, we discovered writing. Oh my goodness, we can write things down. Are we the best people who have ever existed? No.
Whoever you are.
She's doing fine. She's got a lot of war support against us, but she's doing fine. She's pleasant. She is pleasant. Very pleasant. These guys, on the other hand, not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. How are we doing, actually? Let's engage in some diplomacy with our nearest and dearest allies. I joke. We've got full war support. Full war support against them. Brilliant. We're good to go in a few turns, I would say, but we'll see. We'll see. Kind of tempted to claim a territory that would help connect all of these together. The borderlands. Be a fairly matched fight. I wouldn't want to lose this unit, but I would really want to engage in this skirmish to get their unit out of here. Wait, are they... What are they doing? I don't know, actually, what they're doing there. That's frightful. Jump into this territory, see if we can maybe lay a claim to it next turn. Maybe. Getting a lot of influence now. There are no valid forests in range. The heartbreak. The absolute heartbreak of seeing no valid forests in range. But I want the production. Okay, so they've just put a district garrison down. That'll mess with me a bit, but it's not the end of the world. let's speed up the production of that unit and immediately start producing another one. Here's our unique. Here's our unique. Ready to roll. What a unit. Look at those 2 horses. They are ready to
Something
absolutely
make our
F stuff
affairs more
up.
civil?
Non-aggression pack? Yeah. Sure.
Fascinating.
I might counter that offer, throw that back at her. She'll refuse it. She doesn't want to pay me 200 gold. That's fine. I just not quite ready to accept that yet. Oh, you're from Iran. Interesting. 19C channel says, how are things in New Zealand? I'm asking from Iran, which the virus rules. It's the total opposite in New Zealand. I think we've been free and open and normal for 100 and something days now, I think. Maybe more than. We are really fortunate and doing really well. The only thing that people are really talking about here is that our vaccine rollout is too slow, but we're safe. So it's actually not the end of the world for us, and absolutely not a priority, I don't think, when there are other people really struggling around the world. But that's my hot take. That's my hot take. But things are actually quite normal here. Very, very normal. Yeah, we claim this territory up north. Found an outpost. Why not? Let's do it. We'll keep claiming all the territory. It's mine. We sold our sage. That's fine. How are we doing with these guys? Full kinship. Should we start the assimilation process? It only costs 10 influence. Not quite ready. We'll wait till our city cap increases by 1, and that way we won't be burdened.
Shall we try forward?
No, I don't want to trade everything with you at the moment. Sorry, I'm just not quite ready for that level of commitment. So leave me alone. I have the influence to... Oh, I have the influence. Let's get another Civic. Oh, Zhao. Zhao. Under the wrong influence, friend. Let's see how we can stretch our Civic influence far and wide. Which one of these was most beneficial? I do a bit of absorbing and attaching outposts. I also like the plus 10% science from that one. I remember thinking that one was really good. Army composition. Plus 1 combat strength on units. That could be really useful considering we're about to go to war. Actually, that might be a better short-term investment. Independent peoples. We could reduce that assimilation cost down if we wanted to. And also move a little bit towards the homeland. Or finally, we could go knowledge authorities, which I remember being a really good one for actually developing our empire. We could move towards the plus 10% science. I think for now, because we're thinking about bringing out the war stick for a bit, let's go army composition and enact professional soldiers. That'll give plus 1 combat strength to our units, which is a nice little buff to have right now. And what are you up to? What are you up to? I think we were claiming that outpost, right? Were we not? Why is this unit not doing that? Do that. Thank you, friend. Yep. Army composition. All day, baby. Speaking of army composition, look at this wonderful hologram of a unit cruising along. Oh, you love to see it. I hope this strikes fair in her eyes as we cross the river into the mighty something I can't say territory. Forced labor. Yikes. Okay, we'll grab philosophy. In 8 turns, we can have a 3rd city,
Something to make
which is
our
lovely.
affairs more civil?
What does she want? She wants open borders. Beliefs and ideas are shared freely. You can have my beliefs and ideas. Oh my goodness, and she wants to share information too. No brainer. Yeah, we are just best friends with purple this time. Absolute best friends. Any more forests to chop down before we go to war? Oh, they're a bit far away. They're a bit far away.
Off we go.
See, I just auto-moved through from one of my territories to another, but because it auto-moved through that tile instead of that tile, all of a sudden, now, there's grievances against me, and we've lost our trade treaties. all because we had closed borders and the game automatically walked me through, which I obviously, like, I should have manually controlled it and stopped it from doing that, right? Like, I had control. But still, that's a pretty crap thing for it just to do. Let's introduce ourselves. Hey, dude. And these guys, we could have an alliance with them. Empire's armies can regenerate in each other's territories. The buyer benefits from discounted access to their resources. Armies are able to go beyond to the other side city's walls without penalty. And military intelligence is freely shared. Should we propose it? Yes, we're an alliance. We actually have an ally. Incredible. We're friendly with them. We're friendly with them. Love to see it. The Hittites. Best buds. Best buds. Meanwhile, okay, so they've got, that's kind of a woof. They've got 61 combat strength down there. We've got 28. Oh, I mean, we're looking pretty. It's not actually the end of the world for us here. I'm quite happy. Let's station. And we've got a couple of big, we do need to start actually building stuff as well, unfortunately. All the stuff. Shall we start working on one of our shared projects? Stonehenge is much better than the obelisk. But it will take twice as long to produce. I don't think we're actually quite ready for that yet. I'm going to go more in on, well, to be honest, particularly in on growth here. It does have a few river tiles, so if I invest in this infrastructure, where is it? Flood irrigation will give us +2 food next to river. It'll provide some bonuses for us. So I'm going to queue up irrigation. And then I think wouldn't hurt to have another slot for a farmer. So we'll get it down there. Start expanding around this way because there are some good tiles to be farmed. So it's sort of a two birds with one stone, so to speak. Baked Dew's grown. Lovely. We've got another air star. Love to see it. All the influence. We've got a minor event, which requires our attention from the wonderful people of the Golden Rose. Oh my god, give me Suba.
Fix this.
I don't actually want Suba. Okay, let's have a look at the influence. Oh my goodness. It's got some... What? It's got like a friendly tribe that's formed up here. We may as well start throwing a bit of money at them. Start working on getting them in. +6 per turn. That's all good. There's an event down here in our beautiful city whose name I can't say. A troubling truth has emerged regarding the stable megalopolis. Many servants from the city's palace have been oh, this is the castration one. Yeah. Look, it's got to be said. It's got to be said. Oh. Forced labor. We're punishing them. We're sending them to work. You can't just go around castrating people. This is not how this works. I'm sorry. It's just not how this works. Oh, I want to ransack that so bad. Should we declare war? Are we ready? Are we ready? In fact, in Iran, it's pronounced Iran, not Iran. You know what? You could choose Persians for the industrial era. I didn't see anyone do it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm keen. I'm just keen to try new stuff. So, yeah, totally. Iran. Thank you for telling me that. I really want to make sure that I get pronunciation of that kind of stuff right, because no one likes their name to be said wrong. And I think the same thing applies to your country's name or anything that you know, have some sort of attachment or care for, I think. We're not actually outclassed here, are we? I don't think we are. there's like a bit of a bottleneck with all the units. But if I just sort of merge them together just to get a feel for how strong we actually are. Yeah, see, we can beat them. It's tricky, but we can beat them. So that's a good thing for me to know, because now I can prioritize speeding that production up. We should really connect that resource as well. Like, that's just such a cheap little thing to do. Lot of faith being pumped out here. We've got a lot of slots for growth as well. Like, we're really poised to grow in this city. So I think that given that, we can probably start after we build the Artisans' Quarter. We'll start on Stonehenge. Happy to start on Stonehenge. Where do I want to put it? Well, what city would benefit the most from expanding out? It's hard to say. It is quite hard to say, but expanding this way is never a bad thing. So we'll put Stonehenge down next to Alcora, which is attached to our capital, so they're sharing production, and sharing their build queue, and sharing everything, actually. They're sharing everything. May as well chop down some forests. Get chopping. Get chopping, hunting party. You got nothing better to do. Chop, chop, chop. Oh. Hey, look at this. Here's reinforcements. Who would absolutely not quite destroy those 2 units, but considering it's 1v2, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm actually starting to feel a little more nervous than I was before, so I'm gonna jump a military unit to the front of the queue. 1 more of our uniques. We may as well prioritize our uniques. See, look. Oh, we actually have to jump down there. My mistake. I ridiculed the game for something I should not have. And for that, I apologize. I apologize. It's a long way around, but we can actually move around through our own territory, so I'll do that. Come on. You can do it. Come on, champ. Dun 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 dun. Thank you.
Follow me.
Oh no, you didn't. Get out. This was a big mistake. This was a huge mistake. They've ran into friendly land. Oh baby, you mucked up.
Off we go.
Oh, and it was a brutal victory. Holy moly. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Wow, we just like 4 units, folks. I mean, you wouldn't read about it. That's like their whole army. We just basically just brutalized and destroyed their whole army, I think. My goodness. Holy moly. Okay. We took a little bit of damage, but not a lot. They were just brutalized. And they had anti-cavalry, and they were still brutalized. My goodness gracious. And we can fortify until healed in the same turn that we attacked with our mounted units. Okay, we've just absolutely destroyed her army. Which is massive. That's 5 pop. That's 5 pop that came from a city, right? Remembering in Humankind that when you train units, you lose population. You don't just pump out units with production. That's not how this works. You use production to create your units and strategic resources where strategic resources are required. But more than that, you also lose pop. You lose 1 pop if it's 1 unit or whatever. So slaying someone's units is even more devastating in this game because you are literally killing their population at the same time. I think it's time. Let's have a look. cultural conversion of this territory we achieved in 8 turns. Yeah, they're converting to my culture as well. Let's just assimilate. Let's absolutely assimilate them in, shall we? What do you think, chat? Is it wartime? I think it's wartime. Hello, no name. Nice to see you. So good to see you. The mysterious one without a name. But yet with a name. Right. In terms of the tech tree, I haven't actually thought about this in a little while. I do love, love, love the +1 city cap. But really important to always look at these modifiers, right? Because these districts are great, don't get me wrong. Like, it's great to be able to build the Commons Quarter. Actually, that is a particularly fantastic one. But these little bonuses really matter, these little purple bonuses. So, like, I need standing army for iron. That really matters. +1 combat strength in combat for units in or adjacent to the district or outpost. So that's great for defense, but not great for offense. So I don't need that. Plus 15% ransack gains on army, however, you know, that would be a really nice bonus for me to have. But for now, I'll unlock iron because I do need to see where iron is. And the swordsmen, who are not actually as good as our current unique, but a nice unit nonetheless. Oh yes, that's right. We're actually going to declare war here, I think. Yep, so we've got full wall support, they've got full wall support. We hate each other. So, here we go. Declaring war. What does it do? Well, it grants them 10 war score and our diplomatic status and abilities change. Empires are free to engage in war with each other regardless of where their armies are. All trade agreements are null. Neither empire respects the other's borders, and no geographical strategic information. So basically, you have nothing, you hate each other, is kind of what we're going for here. If you have a stability problem, you can always build inner structures, not just districts. So you can boost industry. Yes, there's some great stability boosting infrastructure, like the public fountain. Absolutely, 19C. But for now, we're declaring war. They are hate-filled with us. They are absolutely hate-filled. Let's enrage them even more. For starters, we can ransack this for 67 gold. And then I don't want to get too far away from this army, so I'm just going to station the rest of my army here, just in case. Although, to be honest, I doubt they'll be able to do anything to kill me. They're going to send one unit out from this spawn point. I mean, is it going to do anything? No, because we've just absolutely brutalized them before. Yep, chat's keen for the war. Whoa, what is it good for? Absolutely everything, as it turns out. That's an instant resolve, and a very easy instant resolve nonetheless. Let's move forward. Forward, march! What else can we garrison around? We can pillage that city, and you bet we're going to. But for the time being, we'll just bring this unit up and station it. We are ready, potentially, to move on and ransack this. Oh, no, I don't want to claim it. Ransack it potentially next turn, but for now we'll just keep an eye on it. And we have a new leadership civic. What does it do? +1 city cap. Well, I mean, that's freaking fantastic. We can also move ourselves away from the very stable inner center and towards +2 influence on territory. I'm not sure if I'm quite ready for that yet. +2 turns before being converted by other influence. I think I'm more interested in having a small council. I'm going to spend my influence on getting that small council as well. Wondering if there's any other benefits here that I'd like to pick up. I think I'll grab codified laws. Sweet. Oh, and here's backup. Good timing. You can actually just roll straight into their land. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Hello, mercenaries. They are peaceful. Good. Because I can't fight you off right now. So you better be peaceful. Looks like we can get a 1v1 situation down here. And even with their extra defenses, they are no match for my unique unit. But why do a 1v1 when we can do so much more? $27 gold. The following empires will have a grievance against you. The Huns will have a grievance against us, but they're our friends, so let's just ransack this for the whopping 330 gold that it provides. And I'm actually going to bring this unit up to pinch this one in. We'll get our zone of control over it, and we'll absolutely destroy it. I'm happy to insta-resolve. Yeah, he's going to flee. But not really flee far enough. I'm going to trigger it instantly again, and wipe out that one unit. And you can see we're getting our militaristic era stars as well for destroying military units. A nice thing for us to have, I think. A really nice thing for us to have. And it's sweet, sweet victory over not one, but 2 skirmishes. Oh, and we have a unique event to follow up. In Harshing, work is proceeding on the magnificent new wonder. What should be a source of pride in the local population? However, it's causing much dread. A terrified citizen has approached your court to tell you that the city's head priest intends to bury alive 100 random... What? Okay. A terrified citizen approaches your court to tell you... The city's head priest intends to bury alive 100 probably, random citizens near the base of the structure to bring good fortune and pacify the gods. Okay, so I can endorse it. We'll lose a population and we'll become absolutely fanatical. I can stop it, which will do nothing. Or I can switch. The sacrifice will be of animals, not people. It will reduce our food, but it will modify land unit industry cost by 35%. So we can produce military units a lot faster. Or I can choose a really massive plus 50% faith bonus. I'm going to endorse it. I say screw it. Oh, we lose a pop. Let's go the military. Let's go military. Let's turn that pop into a person. I couldn't do it. I caved at the last moment. I'm going to do it. I can't do it. And we got one of our very special era stars, which is so nice. We get a whole load of fame if we can push it up to the next one. I'm not sure if we will, though, because I have focused a little less on influence recently. The Huns feel a little bit differently about us after we ransacked that thing, but they're so needy, we don't care. Right, let's move on. Let's ransack and pillage our way down. Can anyone reach that this turn? No, but you might as well merge. Might as well connect these armies, shall we? Yeah. And then this army, which is a real mixed bag of like archers and all sorts. So its movement is quite slow. I should probably detach. Okay, here's our next target. There's an administrative center in these rocky fields. And then the terrain really narrows down into their mainland, doesn't it? It's not the end of the world, though. Really think it's not the end of the world. Their attitude has changed. They probably hate me because I'm fighting people, which is fine. Here's another unit which has come up just literally just to be killed. Sorry, friends. We'll pinch them off, stop them running north, force them to run south. And keep moving? Yeah, we'll move that far. That's all good. Let's check the ransack while we're here. 67 gold. Don't mind if I do. Again, they've got 1 unit. 5 turns. And we have a new Civic. Schism in the heart. Right, so this is the like, do you want your religion to branch out or not? And so we can choose to get +5 faith under our influence and get heresy, which is a new action against empires, or +5 influence on territories under a religious influence if territories follow the state religion. So that will provide us with a whole load of influence, basically. And shift us slightly towards a world focus, which is more food from alliances and less food from outposts. We do have 1 alliance, so we are kind of getting some value out of that. But at the moment, I'm not willing to spend any of my influence. Reason being, I'm really keen. I've got some more city cap now, so we can actually start to have a look, okay, what's in my influence, what's out of my influence, and what needs to be in it, right? Which one of these should be a city? In theory, it should probably be Baekdu that becomes a city first, and then we can attach some other territories onto it. The trouble is, Baekdu is actually not positioned very well to connect to anybody except we could connect it to Fledge, I guess. I'm really worried about this territory because it's quite far out, but let's do it. Alright, Baked Dupe. You're officially a city. Congratulations. You now have your own build order and all sorts of stuff. And we'll get you a an agrarian district that will provide another slot for a food worker, because you can see we're currently struggling a little bit with food. But then following that, because the city does have a lot of river tiles, I'm pretty keen to get the infrastructure improvement that will provide +2 food on rivers. Really good for us to have. Tempted to spend my gold to automatically upgrade this farmer's quarter, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to help the city along, buff the farmer's quarter. That'll also buff adjacent tiles. Get another farmer slot so that we can have 3 people working food if I want. I could switch one of these people in and stop the city from starving. Which, to be honest, I'm actually not mad about it starving just in the short term, because once it gets that flood irrigation up and running, it'll be fine. We'll be away laughing. Speaking of away laughing, shall we continue the war effort? I think we shall. You can buy mercenaries. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Yep, you can purchase mercenaries. You can purchase mercenaries 19C. And they did not finish the ransack. Yeah. It just takes too long. Like 5 turns. Oh my god. I can't be bothered. Let's insta-resolve that fight. Was it another? Yeah, cool. Another unit lost. Do I want to stay here and finish this ransack? Not really, actually. I think I'd rather just ensure that they are kept well and truly in check. Do not want them... we do not want their military grouping and them doing any sort of crazy stuff to us here, so I'm really keen to get the quick kills where I can. So you got 3, 4. See, like, he's got some reinforcements coming in. Again, it's not the end of the world, though, because I have a lot of units here. That was a win, and then we can insta-resolve again and claim the sweet victory. We did slay 2 more units. Love to see it. Love to see it. We do have a unique event in the capital as well. The only game in town. Right, so this is the one where we can kind of choose, like, do we want to have Olympic games? And if we do, what do we want them to look like? So they can be strength games, where we'll have +7 combat strength for 10 turns. Oh my god! Stamina, so we can run. Or learning for science. We go with +7 combat strength. Oh my goodness gracious. I wish I'd enacted that earlier. However, that is fantastic. Let's grab some cheap tech for the era stars, like let's grab fishing and sailing, and then we will push toward what was it exactly that I wanted? It might have been siege tactics. I really do want siege tactics actually, but happy to pick up maybe hydrology, because the aqueduct is really good, +20 stability. It's the upgrade from the public fountain, which is the first stability producing building. Right, where is our... Let's have a look at our empire at large. Keep chopping forests. It's all that person's done. Brilliant. Right, let's focus in on the war efforts down here. You can see they're fleeing, because now my combat strength is insane. My unique unit now has 34 combat strength. Brilliant. Imagine just claiming this territory. I'm not going to do that. I'm tempted, but I'm not going to do that. I'm definitely going to save up a bit of gold. This unit's got 5 moves left, so what we can do is kind of like peek in this way. Shoot, I've accidentally used all of its moves, so now I'm going to have to run in and defend it. But actually, that's a great attack for us. Screw the pillage. Screw the pillage. 5 turns for 20 gold. You're joking me. I'm not going to waste 5 turns pillaging. Hey, Ben, welcome along. And Sad Green Vegan says, so when you get the legacy trait, is it a race to get it? Or can anyone get it, like the Science Star? And Rodro says, just arrives. What? What are you doing, war? And no one told me? I know, right? Can I ask a question in relation to the nomadic era, Sad Green Vegan V? that in the nomadic era, when you get the legacy trait, is it a race to it? Or can which legacy trait are you referring to? Do you mean the one that I chose as a nomadic tribe? I believe that one is not a race, but I'm actually not sure because I've only done it twice. So I'm sorry. Citation needed there, friend. Nice to see some regular names in the chat, and welcome along. We are, in fact, going to war with our nearest neighbours, making our way down to their juicy. Did I say juicy? Capital city, with only 6 units, but we've got our absolutely tanky unique unit, which is now at the moment for the next few turns up to an incredible combat strength. I would love to be able to promote and upgrade, but we need to be... Oh, I actually need iron, and we need to be in friendly territory. So, you know, there's some logic in withdrawing and healing, but for the minute, I think we're doing just fine. Let's insta-resolve this again. It was a resounding victory. We got that military star. It's, in the last few turns, we've killed something like 7 units, or 9 units, or something insane. We unfortunately did lose one of our units that time, but they lost 4 of theirs, so... You know, is it the end of the world? No. Such a shame. We might want to pop back to friendly territory and heal, because I don't want to lose all of these units. Another era star complete. Look at that. We fully completed our culture's era stars. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. I've not seen that before. I've not done that before. Because I've never really transcended. I've always been like, I want to try as many cultures as I can, rather than thinking, actually, maybe transcending might be fun. We could leave 1 unit to ransack, potentially, but I don't know. What will we gain? 330 gold. And it would take 7 turns. See, I'm just not interested in waiting 7 turns. Let's keep pushing for now, but I am really considering not pushing very soon and popping back and healing. But I just want to see what kind of defense is available here to them. Okay, interesting. I also don't want to separate my armies too much, so we'll just put that one on watch and bring this one sort of as far as it can go. That'll do. That'll do. We're moving up on the city of something. My Kene, I want to say. I don't know if that's right. We're just going to jump. We're around the halfway point, turn 84. So I'm just going to quickly jump and grab a coffee. Do not go anywhere, folks. I will be right back in literally 2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly grab a cup of instant coffee. So I'll just post in the chat as well. Coffee break. See ya in 2 minutes. See you in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty ho, sorry about the delays. Did I miss anything in the chat? I appreciate you bringing the live chat to life, Ben. I really, really do. Johnny, yes, Johnny, you're right. Usually just chuck it to a quick ad break and I'm back. I'm ready to go. And thank you for the likes, Jake. Really appreciate it. I did actually notice this stream was a little lower than normal. I wish to donate, but I'm broke. I could only give $1, but that's not enough. Oh, Ben, don't you worry at all. I always say, please, please, please. Watching and, like, if people want to comment, that's great as well. But honestly, like, just having people here to play with, to chat with, and people who hopefully like to watch my stuff. If you do, you don't have to. But just having you here means more than anything else. And I really do mean that a lot. Like, the channel wouldn't exist if it weren't for people just, you know, tuning in and watching and giving me feedback and liking the videos and all that sort of stuff. So honestly, don't even stress it. Do not even stress it. The Super Chat donators are wonderful, wonderful people, but it's not the only way to be a wonderful person. So don't stress and always take care of yourself first, is my advice. When it comes to donating, not just to me, but to anybody. But also, I'm a big fan of the little dono. Sometimes I'll just chuck like $2 at a stream if I'm watching it. So don't fear that either. Right, what does this city want to do? Very productive. Very stable. It is short on food, but their infrastructure upgrades helped a great deal. I think we should pour some shared production into Stonehenge. So the way that wonders work in this game, for those not familiar, there are cultural wonders and there are holy sites, and they work exactly the same in that you place them down and then all of your cities can basically share production. They can share their production and feed into it. So all of your cities can feed into producing the one site, or you could just have one city on it, plugging away. It's entirely up to you. You can see here shared projects. I can just choose to put my production towards a shared project rather than district or infrastructure or a public ceremony. Lots of stuff to build. Let's keep chopping down forests. My top tip for the day. Oops, accidentally ran into a card. Hope they don't mind. Also, let's see if we can assimilate. Let's see if we can do some assimilation. Let's see. Let's do it. Boom. That was so cheap. It literally cost us nothing. What was that, like 25 influence? I just picked up another city. Lol. Oh, and we can actually spend a bit of influence here on this outpost to instantly connect iron. That's great for us. We can also spend influence on this outpost to get it a harbour, which I think is a really good shout. And then we'll be able to turn it into a city, and it'll be this beautiful city that's got these free improvements that we've bought with influence, rather than having to construct them like normal if we were to turn that straight into a city. And that is the value, and something that I think not a lot of players are familiar with yet. Right, I think we'll put this city under siege. Let's see. So, this is actually relatively new to me. Oh, you're off, Ben. Gotta go in 5 minutes. Oh, that's a shame. But thank you for tuning in, nonetheless. Right, so you can review the blah blah fortification to a battle area indicates da da da. Cool. I think I broadly understand that. We don't even have any siege units. Should we just attack instantly? We're so much stronger overall. I think we do. You can instantly resolve a siege. This is powerful if you're significantly overpowered. Otherwise, you should do it manually. Great advice. I'm going to insta-resolve. They lost 3 units. We did it! Look at that, folks. The siege of Maikene. Pronunciation help most definitely needed. We gained 30 gold. We lost no units and around 10% health. Our average health changed from 40% to 36. They were slaughtered and lost 3 units. And as you can see, we have now officially taken their territory. Also gained an era star along the way, which is wonderful. And gaining that era star is enough to push us into the next culture. So this has been an absolute whirlwind of a turn. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. Okay, we've got a lot to do. Let's see. Right, first up, we can pick a new culture. Let's choose one now. And we will choose a news one. A news one? We'll choose a new one this time. So, one thing to remember is that when we're choosing a culture, this thing here that shows up first, this is the effectively the legacy trait. So this you keep forever. So plus 50% food on city or outpost forever. We get this unique building which has faith, science, and influence per adjacent district, and a researcher, and a fantastic, unique, heavy chariot. Look, I think the Franks are a match made in heaven for us. Growth, influence, science, more researchers, and a badass unique unit. That is heavy cavalry. It's building on what we've already got. We need to get the chivalry tech, but that really excites me. No. +2 industry. Yeah, I played the Khmer last time. They were really good. Tempted by the English as well. Vassals labor, +3 production or +3 industry on farmers' quarters. Very strong. Mongols were not really needed at this point. We've sort of moved beyond that, I think. +3 science per number of territories. So this is like a really wide science game, isn't it? Interesting. And we're going to have a lot of territories. Okay. I think I'm going to go with the Franks. Their unique cavalry unit really excites me, and I think that the scriptorium is great, and the extra food can't go wrong. Let's do it. We're becoming the Franks. Or shall I say, adopting the Franks. I think I like that. I think I like it. I'm not sure. Time will tell. Right, so we have just assimilated this new city into our empire. We may as well grab the Confucian School, put that down. Unfortunately, no mountains though, so it's not actually, it's actually a really dreadful building. The research quarter would be much better. +5 science, and then we could put a school next to it. Yeah, we'll do it. I also want the extra researcher slot because I'm going to turn this into a research hub at some point. Or at least that's my goal. Let's do precision, which costs us 15 gold and provides +10 stability for 10 turns. Really good to have. And actually something I like to just go, okay, here are my cities, jump through and just precision like all of them. Precision, 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 precision. All the precisions. You can build a harbour with influence, which is like a no-brainer. You are currently occupied, so can't do a lot. We can do precision here, boost us up towards, working towards 100% stability, which is great. You can see the impacts that stability has here, and it's really nice to be in that sweet spot. So I'm going to spend the gold to push all of our cities nice and stable up into that sweet, sweet spot. And hurrah, it's done. Really nice, stable empire. Hello, war friends. They've sent a white peace proposal.
Fascinating.
Nope. Absolutely not. And I will not be surrendering.
Sloppy. My answer is no.
Their war support is really sinking. Really sinking, whereas ours is going strong still because of our recent victory. Let's keep pushing the aggression, see if we can tidy up a couple of units. Speaking of... Oh no, we're like our army is a million years away from that, which could be really problematic. What can I do quickly? 4 turns. Not that quick. But what we'll probably want it in future anyway, so let's queue that at the front of the queue. Swordsman. Actually. Much faster. Much faster to produce. We can almost buy it outright. What's the cost for an archer? The same. It'll take 2 turns, so swordsman. Okay, we'll grab a swordsman. We can actually get it next turn. Cultural Blessing. I do have a lot of influence. +5 turns before being converted, and 10% science will remain. Or we can shift slightly towards the world order, keep that stability, and get +5 influence on main plaza. That seems really good. Let's enact multiculturalism. +5 influence per main plaza. You can see now we're getting around 150 influence per turn, so we're starting to snowball. And here we have it, our progression into the next era. Ah, brilliant stuff. Really brilliant.
Brains versus brawn.
It is the age-old
Ever-richer
challenge
cities
of
are
brains
tempting
versus brawn.
spoils for the
I'm going to skip the rest of that movie. But watch this little pointless cutscene pan over the Empire. Look, you can see little people walking about doing their thing. That guy's got some like animals following him. You can see a holy site slowly rendering in. This cow just yeeted itself down the hill and then back up again. Oh, I love little things like that. I love it. We're close to victory. They're about to lose their war support. You bet they are. In fact, they've lost it. So here we go. This is really interesting. This is the victory screen. This is the victory screen. So, their war support has dwindled to nothing. Ours is ever increasing, although it is actually about to start taking some hits. So this is probably as strong as it's going to be, unless we fight them a bit more. So, we received a total of 193 war support. So, what we can do is, war score, we can use it to require him to do certain things. So we can force him to become a vassal. Surrendering Empire will become a vassal of us, abandoning their diplomatic independence. Or, we can force the giving of territories. It's a really interesting one. Because if we force the vassalization, then, like, that's sort of a no-brainer. We don't have enough, or. So we have one selected item. They're going to force them to 100 gold, plus we're going to get a 2,745 gold reparation. What? I'm not paying. That's ridiculous. We just force their surrender and just force all these reparations, but we won't. Okay, so what do I actually want to get out of this? Mimosa, Kochab, Lily Borea, Sham. We can't force Sham, but we could basically force all of those territories to come under our control, or we could make them a vassal. I'm going to force everything under our control because I'm a controlling kind of person. Whomp. So we've done it. We've taken their capital, and it's just left them with this crappy little outpost here, which is following our religion. It's not culturally under our control, but all of the stuff is converting to our culture, so I don't think we're going to struggle. Stealing their capital is great. It's put me 1 over the city cap, but I'm actually not too stressed about that. I'm a little... well, no, I'm not, actually. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. And now they'd like to trade luxuries. No. I'm not doing anything with you. I'm just going to trap you in this tiny little spot and ignore you forever. Let's get the armies back up north, although it might not hurt, actually, to just leave this one positioned here forever. Yeah. I think we just leave it positioned here forever. Now, let's see what we've claimed. Ooh, very juicy. Very juicy. We've got some improved copper, which is nice. There's a rocky field there which has a lot of good science. It would be wonderful to be able to snake the city around that way and claim that tile. And also there's an unknown strategic resource. This is a massive piece of land, by the way. Here's our brand new unique district. Let's boost the stability here with gold. Which provides adjacency for adjacent districts. So like whamming one down there in the middle is actually quite good. We'll lose 3 food, but we'll get a whole lot of yields. The alternative play is, like I say, to stretch around the side here. What would we do it with? Probably an industrial one there, and then start getting sciencey. Let's do it. And then we'll... Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We're above the city cap, but it doesn't matter because we're producing so much influence that we're sort of overriding it. The Franks are so powerful, aren't they, Ryan? Ryan Miller says Franks are OP. They are. They are. Sad green vegan. Love your name, by the way. Yeah, I can't wait for the full release. I can't wait. I want to be able to, like, actually set up a proper game. You know, the only annoying thing about this beta is that you can't set up a proper game. Well, there are more annoying things than that, but that's one of the annoying things. Right, so all of these units have been promoted because they're like super units. Let's fortify this army until it's healed. And I'm fairly happy to leave this one positioned here and fortify until heal. What can you connect to? I'm keen to get these connected. Also keen to spend my influence on these harbors and these outposts. Upgrade the outposts while you can with influence. And then if I make one of these a city, I could start connecting things up. Although, do these guys actually do share a border? Like Little Borea could connect. Opens list of adjacent cities this outpost could attach to. It would be cool if we could, yeah, so we can actually attach. We could make a mega city down here. Yeah, boom. There we go. So what I've done is I've merged these 2 outposts with Fen... We're just going to name this after a super chatter. I remember, Jake, I know you've super chatted and named and had nothing yet. So we'll call this Jakealopolis. Jakealopolis. Jakealopolis is now a mega city because we've merged 2 outposts in with it. And then the idea is we could have another mega city down here if we pick this up. And then have like a central mega city as well out of these 2. Like probably, like we could probably connect that up. And then maybe one more somewhere else? I don't know. Could be fun. Could be fun. We'll see how we go. Oh yeah, and I'm still producing some military units here, which I actually totally forgot about. But that's okay. There's plenty of forests to chop down. Get to work. While they're not fighting, they will absolutely be chopping down forests and sending production to the capital.
How do you do?
Our allies... felt like they had an event. Oh, was it just their attitude trade? Maybe. Although, look, they have some luxuries. May as well buy that silk off them. Yoink. In terms of treaties, we've got all the best treaties in the world. And we're obviously not interested in pushing any kind of grievances against our greatest allies. And let's keep chopping down forests, as I say. Plenty more forests to be chopped. Although this territory has been pretty exclusively chopped, hasn't it? Maybe we reposition this dude somewhere else. Time to move, hunting party. And I believe... Actually kind of interested in maybe putting a claim down here too. Because that'll be next to... That'll be sort of this... sort of, what are we, north, south, west, east. There'll be this eastern megacity that we could hopefully turn into another megacity. Hydrology, there's lots of infrastructure that we need now to improve the empire. So much infrastructure, actually, we're really short on it. But I'm going to get fortifications for walls, just in case someone tries to try their luck. I doubt that anyone will, but they might. Yeah, and these units are all good. Shall we just have a cheeky explore of our own land? We'll send an archer out, a lone archer, is going to hoon along this road and see what's actually down here. What have we got? What did we get access to through this peace deal? We didn't even know. You can just stay there, keep a watchful eye. And then here, so this tile innately produces a whole load of science. If I turn on yields down the bottom right here, by the way, if you didn't know, you can also turn on and off the hexagonal grid and show the industry type overlays really nice as well, because you can get a feel for like what your adjacencies are up to. Really nice map overlays and so easy to use. I love it. You don't have to dick around with like little stupid menus. So there's a few sciencey tiles here, and if I reflect back on the district, so this one provides no adjacency, but our unique district has +2 influence per adjacent district. So if we put it there, that will also, yeah, if we put it there, it's a shame it's not the school because it would get the mountain bonuses, but it is what it is. We put it there, then we can district all over it. The only other thing I was thinking was maybe if we get science one down first, but let's go with our unique first. It's only going to lose us 3 production, and it's going to get us... Hello, unique district. Please let me click you. There we go. It's going to get us 3 faith and 2 influence, and it'll get even more influence because we'll district all around it. So let's do it. Let's build that up. Pretty exciting. Oh, and we've got land rights, so we can be like communal land versus inherited land. Going towards the collectivized ethos will give us more industry in our cities. It will reduce our stability and allow to claim, attach, and merge territories with money. I actually would prefer to do it with influence, so that's not a big deal. Modify create outpost costs by 20%. I'm probably going to save more by doing that. So I'm going to grab communal land. My goodness, what are we? Modify higher army cost, modify assimilate cost. Yeah, potentially we'll think about it. The assimilate cost is so insignificant, I'm not actually sure that it matters, to be honest, but we'll see. Looking at the influence, we're doing pretty good. We've absolutely squashed them, so they'll never be an issue. What are you up to? Oh, you got a bit scared, didn't you? Oh, no, actually, you were gonna claim this land for us. It's pretty garbage, to be fair, but I'm pretty interested in that scientific tile because I can make a lot of money off it. Make a lot of science and money. It's a real crying shame that those mountains aren't included in this city. Let's have a zoom out and have a wee think. This is probably the only land we'll actually be able to claim anytime soon, though. So let's do it. Here's +15 production. Not a lot of food because there's no rivers or really fertile tiles at all. But we'll do it. We'll claim it. No harm in claiming a bit of land and then merging it in and creating some super cities down here. Speaking of, we could start to think about doing it soon. That one's about to finish its infrastructure, which is nice. We'll queue up the Stonehenge. We'll finally get that out of the road. We could choose to prioritize Stonehenge. We'll see. We'll see. This unit's finished healing, which is super nice. What I will do is just use it at the minute to provide a bit of production to the super city. Oh yes, and we were exploring, weren't we? We have an unknown strategic resource and horses. This tile is insane. Sorry, but these guys start on a mega tile. They have 1 million mountains, which are super productive, and lots of scientific adjacencies and faith adjacencies to be had. They have horses. They have copper. Wow. And yet they settled there. Questionable, isn't it? I guess that's just where they start. In one turn, we'll have Stonehenge, which you love to see. We do have a wee event here, which we can basically get extra faith, or extra faith. So we have to choose which way we want to lean. So we could lean into a global ethos that would reduce our stability in every city, but provide us with a bit of extra food. Let's just dissolve it. We'll dissolve those heretics. We don't want our religion to be all split up. We want one cohesive religion. One for them all. Brilliant stuff. Right. The Romans accepted one of our demands and their attitudes changed. I wasn't actually familiar that we had a demand with them.
My people do not need a war. Your demands will be met.
Okay. Good to know. He's jealous, as he should be. There's our new outpost. Let's help it out by chopping down some of these distant forests that I'm unlikely to use anytime soon. And likewise, let's get our brand new military units to chop down a few forests while we're not planning on using them. May as well chop these ones too while we're all the way down here. Send some production into the city. And cool, we're getting some population growth in all of our cities, which is lovely to see. I will do a stability and like city check through sometime soon. I'd also love to get my city cap adjusted, which maybe means we need to do a bit of merging or get a technology that can help us, like foreign outposts. The only thing is I really don't care for the quadreme. +1 unit slot for each army and siege tactics. This district is very important. Commons Quarter, it's the influence district, and it also provides stability. I like it a lot, so I'm going to grab it first. And I mean the outpost assimilation through conquest, that's quite a nice little bonus for us too. We're very, 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 very nearly done, but we do have some horses to extract, so we'll queue that up. And, oh my goodness, that view is so nice. Oh, I love that. The more you know, huh? Okay, cool. Let's also queue up some other stuff then. Let's queue up a research quarter. +6 science there. That's massive. And it will provide more adjacency. Gonna be a nice little district there. And our stability is still okay, but we can invest in some stability infrastructure down the line, if and where we need it. That forest looks pretty choppable. Let's chop it. We're just sending our archers around to chop forests. Oh, welcome back, Ben. Stability is dipping a little bit in our newest megacity. But I've got a lot of gold to spend. So, I might spend some on providing some stability. You know, actually a fortification district isn't terrible either. It will also provide a unit spawn, so like tactically, putting one here near the middle of the empire could be more useful if I want to be able to send units like where they need to go. Here also there's a potential adjacency bonuses playing through, so I'm going to pop my fortification wham right there. I bought that instantly with gold, so that's a nice bonus. And then just to ensure that we keep up on stability, I'm going to build some stability infrastructure, which is highlighted by these little pink icons. So I can either spend a few turns getting a public fountain, which will provide 15 stability, or +5 stability for the city watch. I think the public fountain is sort of the way to go, really. It's also cheaper, because it's a crappier tech, basically. And I'll queue up some more infrastructural upgrades here too, just a couple. I wonder what faith-based gameplay would look like. All playthroughs I've seen always favor science. Yeah, it's a really interesting one. In my first playthrough, which I live streamed all the different parts for outside vegan, I had a really strong faith game. Like, we had a lot of faith. We had a lot of faith. Okay, we can claim another wonder. So we got Angkor Wat, which I built last time. So I may not build it again, but +1 food per faith is... it's ridiculous. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Then there's the Forbidden City, which is war support only, not needed. Notre Dame, +1 faith per research technology. So there's, interestingly, said Vegan, there, and a really interesting overlap, isn't there, between faith and science. Notre Dame, the bridge between faith and science. +1 faith per research tech. Being said, +1 food per faith. Oy vey. Oh, look, it's got to be the Angkor Wat. It's just so good. It's so good. +1 food per faith. Our faith becomes incredible. Absolutely incredible with the addition of the Angkor Wat. So, Angkor what? We're going to get it. Mainly just so I can make those dumb puns as well. I'm sorry. It's a pun game. What is this territory? It's under my influence, but I don't... Oh yeah, no, it is actually Jacob-Lopolopolopolopolis. We mega merged it into Jacob. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is all part of Jacob-Lopolopolis. It confuses me because the actual city is so far north. But yes, right. So we'll just feed some production into Jacob-Lopolopo and keep lopolopping down these forests as well, because you can never have enough. Never have enough production. We will want to get our unique districts down. Is there any forward planning needed here? Not really. There aren't any mountains. So let's just plop it down. Whomp, right there. Nice little science booster. And yeah, so maybe next culture I choose a faith-based one. We could like dip into heavy faith. Now that faith is so good, the obelisk of the gods is of course even better. +3 faith, which is also additional food. Food faith is very strong together, says Ryan. Ah, yeah, the Celts into the Franks with Stonehenge and Angkor. What? Just turbocharges food. Yeah, we're gonna have food like there's no tomorrow. Cool, we've earned an era star. And we've gained enough faith now that we can enhance our religion up to a tier 2 belief. What would I like? What tier 2 one would I like to do? So we could go for even more influence, +10 influence on holy sites. Not super needed. We could choose to get a nice faith boost in the capital, a culture boost in the capital, stability boost in the capital, or a food boost in the capital, production boost in the capital, or influence from our holy sites, which are also our wonders. So we'd get like a 40 influence per turn. Let's consider what the capital is actually up to. What are you up to? It does have space for 5 researchers. It's producing a good amount of science. It's producing a heck of a lot of food. Okay. Back into our faith screen. It's producing a good amount of science, which we could buff even further. I'm not mega tempted by a lot of these other things. I could go mega food. That would be kind of funny. But I think I'm more interested in the +10 influence, because influence is very powerful and we can get potentially like +40 influence out of this. So I'm just going to upgrade our holy sites. And along those lines, I'm going to start producing a holy site as well. Cool. So this is our new tenant. We've gone heavy on the influence at the minute. So let's produce the obelisk of the gods, and let's get it up next to Jacob-Lopolopolis, the mega city that was. Right there will help spread the city around this way. Cool. So that's one down, and we'll work towards that, and then we'll pump out Angkor Wat as well, because as soon as we can get that down, it's huge growth for the city. Some could argue, actually, we might be better to do Angkor Wat first. But I'm going to go with the holy site first, just because it's so cheap. You can just keep chopping forests. What are these warriors doing? I'm not worried about them, but kind of annoying. The capital doesn't have our unique district yet. Really tempted to place that down first. There's a lot of synergies with it. I'm going to do it. I'm a little greedy in that respect. What's our pop at? I'm just wondering if I could sacrifice 3 population to instantly complete it. In favor of growth. I'm going to do it. Just like killed everybody. Let's grab the holy site. That's, by the way, generally a really bad move. Don't do that. Don't do what I do. It's a complicated one. It probably needs a video all of itself. I know, said Vegan. All the trees. It hurts me too. Trust me, it hurts me more than you realize. But Needs must. We need the production. Our era star's not so hot this time, although we can get pretty close with the technology one. Districts as well. So we'll go tech, districts, and of course, because we are an aesthetically pleasing empire of the Franks, the more influence we can get, the better as well. So we'll go influence, technologies, and districts. Sorry, trees. If it makes you feel any better, sad vegan, I'm just cutting. I'm trying to preserve the good trees. No, that doesn't make you feel better. That's such a crap thing to say. I take it back immediately. We've got this within our territory too, which is just great. And we've got a little event here that's going to require some attention at the great city of, in all caps, Jackalobalobalus. Send some fishing crews up the coastline. Now one of the crews has made a startling discovery. Wreckage of an ancient galley is under the waters. After some brief scouting, they think there's some good stuff in it. What do we want to do? So here are our three options. There's a chance of unexpected consequences if we mobilize, and it will push us, keep us pretty central. I can pay 1.5 turns worth of gold to contract a professional, or we can get plus 25% faith. I'm going to protect it. I'm going to protect it in the name of conservation. Not that we're protecting much because it's a ship, but I'm going to go for the faith boost. I don't need to fight those mercenaries. They can just do what they do. Chop that. Chop that. Nice, nice, nice. Keep chopping forests down on this beautiful peninsula that I'm brutalizing. And let's all share our production and get that obelisk out the road so that we can get, crucially, Angkor Wat down. Ryan says chop people, not trees. Couldn't agree more, Ryan. Do we want to quickly finish that? Yep, and then we want some stability infrastructure in Jackalopolopolis as well. Jackalopolopolis, not a very stable city. Right, now's the time. So we can either go with literalism, which will give us +2 faith on holy sites, which will also provide food, it's worth bearing in mind, and it will surge up towards progress, or we can get +5 science on our holy sites. It's a really interesting one. I've focused a lot already on science and not as much on faith. I do believe this is the better one, but I'm going to go with literalism this time. I'm going to go with literalism. It'll surge us way up. So we will get the +10% science from cities. We'll take a huge stability loss, though, because we'll lose the +20 in all cities. This could be quite damaging, but I'm going to grab it. And I've got so much influence. We may as well grab some more. I'm thinking... reduced assimilation cost is really garbage. +1 science from researchers. That's just like nice to have for us. So we'll grab that. Brilliant. Whew. Okay. Imperial power. Give it to me. Keep chopping the trees. Trees, not people. Wait, people, not trees. Legit or quit? Cool. Okay, so we got that builder era star. That's nice to see. What's that? You want me to chop down some more trees? Fine. Fine. Tree chopping simulator 2019. Anybody? I heard you like chopping down trees. What we'll do after this is regroup our army and figure out a better plan of attack. Okay, let's get the Angkor, say again, down. it would really suit this terrain. I think it would look really nice right there, eh? Like kind of under the hills. Let's do that. And let's pump all of our shared production into the Angkor Wat. We've got a lot riding on Angkor Wat Holy Site strat here. So we can go for press freedom, which will again reduce our stability but give us a lot of extra influence. Or we could shut it down. Shut it down. We're going to go press freedom. It also reduces the costs of cancelling and enacting future civics by 20%. Big, big, big play. I'm going to max out all of these, because why not? +5 influence on territories under a religious influence if territories follow the state religion. +5 faith on territories and unlocks heresy. Let's do it. Religious hostility. That combines well with our military arm, so to speak. The tree looked like a person, so it was okay. Oh, thank goodness. What I like about civic tree is that you're not obligated to shift from one side to another. Remaining centrist is actually just as beneficial. Yeah, yeah. That's such a great point. That's such a great point. And I knew it, but I hadn't really reflected on it. You're right. You're right. That is a really good point. All of the different imagine all the different achievements that could be available from this game. Oh my goodness. Every playthrough could be so different. So chicken pox are coming in. I'm going to lock down my my cities, which is actually great because it will provide me with that extra stability. Because some, I believe, let's just have a check through. 99%, 95%. Actually, we're doing really well for stability. Oh my goodness, we can afford to be a lot more radical. The only one that's really suffering a bit is this one, and we're working on it. We're working on it. It's just been brought into our empire, of course, so needs must. I'm also going to build it some walls, because I'm a little worried about it. It is, after all, someone else's capital. They may want it back in the future. Maybe. Chop down another forest. All the forests. It is, of course, bad for the production on the tiles, so if you're planning on using those tiles soon, you probably don't want to chop down. You don't want to be quite as aggressive as I am. So as I say, we can afford to get a bit more radical. Like moving to Liberty. Sacrifices a population to increase stability. Sacrifices a population to increase money. Last time, I've actually already played with that, and that was quite fun. Let's start the Inquisition. Let's enact unbelievers and shift us more towards liberty, which will give us a whole load more influence at the cost of some stability, but that's all good. We're now producing a whopping 281 influence per turn. Look at that. So much from districts. Territories, a little bit from wonders, and we're taking just a minor penalty from our city cap, but it's really not a lot, and actually I'm tempted to pump one of these into a city as well. Let's do it. Let's freaking do it. I can take the influence hit. And we shall grow you, new city, into something beautiful. Needs an extra slot for a farmer. Farmity farmers. So we'll build it a farmer's quarter, first of all. And we'll pump it out as well, because I'm feeling generous. Another one to boot, or another fun play here could be to put down our unique district while we still can. There is the spot. And we'll buy that as well. Brilliant stuff. And I think you would benefit a lot from my favorite flood irrigation infrastructure upgrade. And we'll follow it up maybe with some science infrastructure. No, actually, that's a bad move. Let's follow it up with... Oh, there's just so much flat land. Let's just get a granary. Let's just build this city up on food. It'll be a food powerhouse. And we'll keep chopping these because we're not going to work that one anytime soon. As I say. That one... yeah, I might not chop those. Or those? I could probably get away with chopping that one. Yeah, we'll chop that one. This archer, though, I think you're done chopping. Let's get you back to base. Look how far it can run along those roads, by the way. That's just incredible. Whew, how long have we been going? I'm feeling the stream fatigue, but actually really loving this game still. It is really good, considering it's quite a closed and slightly restricted beta. May as well throw in our weight behind Angkor what? What? Absolutely throw our weight in behind it. We can see how our empire is doing. Wow, these guys became a monster, didn't they? The Huns have been squished and trapped in by these guys who are really land grabbing like there's no tomorrow. I think I want to start land grabbing a bit more too. Let's actually immediately cancel that and place an outpost down here. Because we have more than enough influence, and it's one of the only remaining tiles that hasn't been claimed. So we'll definitely want to sweep that up before these guys get in. And then there's one north of the capital as well, from memory. Any forests? Foresty forests? No. Okay. Let's move you back to base. You can regroup with your mates. And get a nice wee army here. Brilliant. And we'll position them up there, just in case any sort of nonsense comes out of here. We're getting all of our agrarian stars because we're building so many districts. Although it's going to be tough to get that next one. This, though, man, we're actually going to... We're really going to smash out our era stars here, team. We have a new Civics. It's slaves. +1 industry on the Commons Quarter, which we have none of. +1 bonus population per ransack. That's really quite useless for us as well. But we will be building some Commons Quarters soon, because I'm just about to upgrade them. So let us have criminal slaves for 400 influence. Love to see it. Our special era star was unlocked. I love to see that as well. And what are you doing? You're going to lay claim. Preferably really soon, because I think someone else might be about to do it. Let's see, where's most... Oh, that's a good yield. That's a really good starting yield. Nice! It's a little penned in, but we can grow out this way. There were also some reasonable yields down in this corner, but I don't want to be that close to them, whereas I'm totally fine being right next door to Jacalopolopolis. So let's establish that. Did someone get annoyed at us? Yes.
If I cannot teach you wisdom, I will teach you regret.
They're at war with the Huns. My goodness, they have full war support for us. That is scary. That is scary. I do want to keep an army down there just because that city is so valuable, though. But what we might do is sort of start to regroup a bit around a new megacity, which I think will be this one. Boom. Congrats. You're a city. Woohoo! And then we can attach this. But what I'll do first is quickly use my influence, such a great hack, to connect that resource. And now we have our brand new city, and we'll attach that outpost up to it. Boom. So now we have another mega city. We're way over our city cap, which is a little worrying, but we've got so much influence that I'm sort of happy to trade it off for now. Just for now. Get up on this border, chop that forest, and be like, hi, I am a military. I exist. Please don't fight me. Also, stability may be an issue. Okay, see ya, sad vegan. Thanks for tuning in. Feel bad calling you by your own name, but I love it. Okay, I got a lot of gold too, so we should pump out some. I'm always a fan of getting a farmer's quarter down, and it may be that actually this outpost does the farming and the food, and this one does the production, and they sort of share, and in that way they're a brilliant mega city. So let's pop one down there, +7 food, buy that outright. That's great, and now we'll grow really much better. And so I think, ooh, yeah, that's actually not a terrible spot because of the science adjacency with the horses. Love it. Great. Okay, cool. And we will help its production along just a wee bit by chopping down some of these forests that we're never going to use. Knowledge is power. We've got the ability to relocate the capital should we so choose. +1 food from districts producing food. Feudalism is insane. Let's get it. And then theology to increase the city cap is probably what we'll do next. No. Foreign outposts. Yeah, feudalism, and then we'll backtrack through and grab foreign outposts through rhetoric, which is actually really nice because you get the library and the holy site celebrations as well, whatever they're called. Citation needed. These 2 units don't need to be here. Let's send them on the greatest journey of their freaking lives and pump them up onto that border. It's actually only going to take them 3 turns to move there as well, which is ridiculous, really. Oh, I should have waved. I can do a wave in the chat. Oh, no name. What did you say, no name? I totally missed your message. I'm so sorry. You even added me. I don't think I get notifications for those, but I do get them for super chats, but I don't get them for subscribers. It's very strange. You said, if anyone knows the song K-A-N and Cosmo Chop Some Trees, then change the lyrics to JumboPixel Chop Some Peeps. I don't know the song. I'll look it up after the stream. I will definitely look it up after the stream. Please remind me at the end if you're still about. Otherwise, I'll be like, I'll look it up, and then I'll forget for like 5 days. Industrial production. That sounds really, 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 really beneficial. So, +1 trader slot on a city or outpost per market quarter. We currently don't have them. Or +1 farmer slot on a city or outpost per farmer's quarter. We have a lot of them. Let's do it. Look at that. Nationalize industries. That is a really expensive civic right on the outer, most extreme end of the civics tree in this food category. So that's really massive for us to pick that up. Super pleased. I'd love to move my way up through the center of the tree as well, but for the time being, that's pretty good. Let's throw this city into the Angkor Wat. We need to start prioritizing the Angkor, say again, in a major way. Here they go. On literally, Ben, you're right. Their freaking journey. The greatest journey of their lives. And I'll end that turn. Oh, we have quite a few grievances available. Why? The Olmecs are preventing the faithful. My goodness, look at all these. Let's have a look at the faith map. Okay. It's converting, and we definitely have overall control. Overall control. We do, yeah, we definitely have it. So that's something. I wonder if we can talk to our mates.
Really?
Oh my goodness, no, our mates have been all but slaughtered. Jeepers. Well, that didn't work out very well for you, did it? Concerned about that growing foreign power in the north. Definitely very confused. These guys are really slowly making their way. We need I need auto movement on, don't I? The animations are beautiful, but also I'm not sure how I feel about the weird, like, kind of glitchy thing. Like, it's like a simulation, I get it, but I don't know. So many grievances, oh my goodness. Because they attacked my ally, and I was just like, eh. Well, whatever. Jacolopoulos is just growing like there's no tomorrow. I've just connected this up and now made this a mega city as well. Clear ruins and restart the exploitation of surrounding tiles. 1 turn. Oh my goodness, and there's like resources that aren't improved. Come on. Let's upgrade this place. Where is this fortification that I need to improve? I don't understand that. That's fine. We could start an Inquisition to increase stability, but I don't feel the need to. I'll do Precision to keep us up above that 90% threshold. And then it might be time to start investing in something a little bit different. But I can't go past the Unique District either. Yeah, that is a great spot for it. I mean, it's only 1 extra science. Do we have any sciencey tiles? Not really. There's one. It's quite the stretch to get there. But we could maybe chain some researchers' quarters. Yeah, we'll chain some researchers' quarters along that way. Get some adjacency out of it. I don't see a need to engage in peaceful battle here. I think we can just stay stationed on that border. Stay stationed. And let's now connect this archer up as well. Start reforming our armies, right? My goal here is I've noticed that there's a massive player in the game who's done really a similar thing to me by swallowing up their enemies, or at least for the most part, swallowing up their enemies. Yeah, everything into the Angkor Wat now, please. Please and thank you. Let's get the Angkor Wat done. Let's reconsolidate our armies and focus on the emerging threat that is Orange, the Olmecs. I'm concerned. Be fair to say, I am concerned. That's a great tile that I've just destroyed by chopping down that forest. But we will have never built it anyway, so... Well, we will be unlikely to ever build anything on it. So, it's not actually the end of the world. Sorry to you tile fiends who were like, do not destroy that tile, it's got +3/+3. Learning in cities, faith in cities, or just pure judgment. This will shift us slightly towards +2 faith on all territory if we go pray, which I really like. Let's do it. I'm going to shift ourselves towards more faith. We're going to be the faithful. The faithful scientists is kind of our play here in a weird way. We've got some peaceful units moving through our territory. We could rent them for 20 turns. I don't think it's needed right now, but good to know. What? Oh. Okay, so they just took influence over that city-state. That's pretty worrying for me, because that is literally right next door to me.
You have come to annoy me? Challenge accepted.
I'm gonna push a demand here against them.
These lands are not yours. Relinquish them.
That will up my war support as well. And I'm also going to push the demand that they stole my independent people, because I am pretty annoyed about that.
This is trespass. Next.
And so now we've got 2 active demands. The Olmecs have sent a crisis refusal proposal. Both empires withdraw their demands and
Perhaps
normalize
these
diplomatic
demands were made
relations.
Too quickly. In the heat of the moment.
Am I missing?
I'm going to refuse it. They demand that I cede that territory. I'm going to refuse that as well. I'm going to really piss them off. They withdrew it. They were like, okay, fine. Brilliant. Okay. It's a shame I didn't rent those units, because they were literally about to take that city-state. If I'd rented them, it would have been fine. But I didn't. Yikes. This capital is under siege. It's such a close fight. They've got like no strength. I could easily have romped in and protected them, but I just chose not to. Does that make me a bad person? Hey, Grito, nice to see you, friend. Always appreciate your comments on the videos. I'm doing alright, thank you. Doing alright. Is this an online... Is the online game any good? We don't know yet. We do not know. I certainly do not know. Brilliant, we completed our top star. We completed our top star, and actually now we can transcend into a new era, and I think we're ready to. But I don't think we want to stick with the Franks. I think we've got quite a bit of value out of them already. The grown lands has been fantastic for us. Let's now shift our focus. Perhaps... onto production. I think we need more production. Our cities aren't particularly productive, and it's slowing us down to get our wonders out. So I'm going to tactically choose a productive culture, and as much as I loved the Edo Japanese, and I had a lot of fun playing as them, and there's some mountain synergy, I played with them last time, so I'm going to choose not to get them. The other thing is we could stick with the whole influence thing here, and play as the Venetians, who I've not played with before, but they have sort of a bit too much of a trade thing that I'm not really interested in. So I'm going to try someone new. Try someone a little bit different. We're going to shift our alignment towards more of a builder focus. And because I really like this unique district, the Jama, we'll call it, +3 industry per industry worker. We also get an innate faith bonus, which is great for us. +3 production, some stability loss, but this is going to be good. And also we'll get to pick up, finally, a new and very powerful unique unit, which can move and fire. Love it. Love it. Let's do it. Let's be these mugs. We're adopting the mugs into our life. I hope that was the right call. I really hope so. And here we have it, another wonderful cutscene. Geography, cartography. They're all, of course, unique to the civs that you're playing as well, which is pretty cool. So you don't really like learn a lot historically, but it's pretty cool nonetheless. We'll skip it. Here's this funny wee thing where we can see cows jump off hills and stuff. We'll skip that again this time soon. End foreign war. The war between the Olmecs and the Huns has ended, and I assume it ended not very well. Yes. Not very well at all. Oh, I should claim that. I should claim that island. Let's work on doing that, actually. We'll send see if we can find a boat. We'll see if we can find a boat, and we'll get over there. Can we even build boats? That's a very good question. We have a grievance with these guys. We have loads of grievances with these guys. They're suspicious of us. We're suspicious of them. There's sort of a cold war going on right now, and it may turn hot. It may turn hot just like it did at the start of the playthrough. And I'm not mad at that happening, to be honest. Keep chopping down these forests. Let's just scan over. They are sort of... Not sure how I feel about their warriors just patrolling through here, to be honest. We're literally one turn away from Angkor Wat, so I will put down my unique district instead. It gets adjacency bonuses from market quarters, so if I put this little thing on, we can see from productive quarters, we can see we actually don't have any. So let's build towards some productive tiles. There's a little bit of production here near this mountain, so I'll pop one down there and we'll start getting some production all along this area, bit of science along here. You can see where we're going. You can see where we're going. I can actually buy that outright because I've got so much gold. And then I'll plop that down next door, buy that as well. And let's have a look at our military, because I'm pretty keen... Oh man, I'm keen to get this infrastructure in place too, actually. Let's get the artificial reservoirs, which is food from rivers. And then let's queue the strongest thing we can build, which at the moment is not a lot. Oh, a boat, actually. See if you can find a boat. Let's get that first. And we'll bring our unit, sneak through their territory. Bring our swordsman along. He can ride the boat, maybe. Maybe. Sweet. We got extra food from feudalism. So good. And we'll go theology for the city cap, mainly. But also, we're a real powerhouse. Right, we completed the Angkor. Say again? That's really great for us, because now we can claim yet another wonder. Looking through, I'd like to build something different than I built last time. Last time I built this palace, mainly because it's insane, and we might still do it. We'll see. Plus 50% money on a calm city. Redistribute 50% of food from the city to all cities. Potentially very strong with our faith food game. And then we have St. Basil's, which is just really good faith and all sorts of stuff from holy sites. This one, though, plus 100% production towards any shared project. So good, and also industry, but I'm gonna have to take the palace. We'll choose something different next time. Where do I want it? Probably in the capital, I believe. Anyway. Yeah, so for the time being, we'll just get this place hooked up. That's a wonderful spot for your unique district, if we can get some productive ones around it anyway. Actually, let's pump out another holy site first. Womp. You can just have it in the capital. Because the holy site's much cheaper. The bonuses from the Tokapi Palace do apply to the holy site, so there's some logic in, wow, plus 24 production and plus 5 faith. Give it to me. So there is some logic in building them in the other order, but I mean, look at that, 275 turns. You're dreaming. You're absolutely dreaming. My production needs to be much higher, which is one of the reasons why we've got this wonderful unique district at play. It benefits, of course, from having adjacent market quarters. This is going to be a market quartery place, and we're either going to go that way because of these productive forest tiles that I've tactfully left, or that way. There is a bit of science, but I think this will be the way to go. Boom. We'll buy that right, and then we'll queue up our wonderful district, because it will get big adjacencies. What are its other multipliers? Plus 3 industry per adjacent maker's quarter. So we could surround it by them. That'd be the play for sure. And otherwise not a lot. So if we put it there, we can surround it entirely. If we put it there, we miss 1 ability to surround it. And also we build it on those geysers, which I'd rather not. Let's put it down here, and then we'll surround it with market quarters. And I'll queue up another market quarter there to help give it its adjacencies. We are going to need something there. I feel like maybe wouldn't hurt to have a sciencey one down. Or even a commons quarter. No, we'll stick with these. We'll stick with these. We need as many of these as we can. Cool. All right, that's that city well and truly queued up and rearing to go. Ben, what's your favorite starting culture based on the videos of humankind you've seen? Very good question. Lex info can't answer. I really don't watch many vids, only some of Jumbo's gameplay. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's really tough. What's yours, Ben? I don't even know what mine is. Yeah. Chop the forests. Do all the forests. Make them pay. Oh, cool. A boat is ready. See if you can find a boat, actually, instead.
That won't work.
Oh no, we don't have the embarkment tech. What, are you joking me? I always do this. Where are we? Provincial administrator. You actually really can't go past. You cannot go past the +1 city cap. Like, really, I should just prioritize those. Probably. I don't know. Okay, fine. The boat's going to go off on its own and have a look at this island. We can at least figure out what's on it. And we've got an event, which will give us science or faith. Should we go with the faithful? Or the science? Or the faithful? Or the science? That will actually shift us back to normal, whereas I don't want to be in normal. I want to be getting that +2 faith. So we're going to have to go faithful. We're going to disavow that nonsense.
You ask too much.
Interestingly, the time it takes to chop a forest doesn't change if you have more units. Wondering if that's a mistake. It could be. What are you doing in my land? Get out. Honestly, like, do I have to shut my freaking borders? I will. Brilliant. All the populations. I can probably turn off that district overlay. Sorry. If you particularly like it or particularly don't, do let me know, because I'm not too bothered. I think it's quite useful because it highlights, like, it's quite useful for, like, sort of high up planning like this. You can see, like, oh wow, that one's got a lot of food districts, for example. And there's a lot of adjacency bonuses being missed out on because we jumped out into a straight line rather than clustering our districts in a central area. If you cluster your districts, you will do much better, because particularly if they have adjacency bonuses, that's what you got to watch out for. You got to watch out for those adjacencies. How is the rest of the Empire doing, and how's the Empire View doing? It's doing okay. Our faith is still doing really well. It looks like we're winning the faith conversion game. In terms of society, we're doing really well. And then in terms of science, we're fairly average, I would say. Fairly average. I'm just going to reveal that. Unsure exactly on the ramifications, but we shall see. So yeah, like I say, like, these aren't getting a great adjacency bonus. Also, the city is capped out on food. What? What? We need to get this done and then queue up a food district. Like, pretty quick smart. 1,000 gold. No, we'll complete the obelisk first. We should also probably actually get some other cities on helping with that obelisk, shouldn't we? There we go. That's halved it. And that's halved it again. Well, not quite, actually. But we've reduced it down to what will now be 6 turns, which is 5 turns. Which is much better than whatever it was. Let's get all the cities of our wonderful empire on board to helping it out. I really wish that this was my city too. I want this. I want all the cities. There we go. 4 turns. Easy mode. I know, right? I don't even have an embarkment bin. What am I up to? Womp. Finish off that special project now in 1 turn because we've got all the mega cities working on it. Can we also appreciate that I've been 7 out of 4 on city cap forever and it just doesn't matter because we're making so much influence. It's not even funny. Speaking of, it's time to boost our faith again. We're now at tier 3. This is big. This is big. Plus 50% science on our holy sites, plus 20 influence on territories under a religion's influence. That's pretty strong. We could also go for the plus 5% science, plus 10 stability, plus 5% gold, plus 50 money on holy sites. We're actually really quite short on money. So that's not a terrible shout. But we're also really hemorrhaging influence still. So let's go hard on the religious influence build. We're going to get plus 20 influence on territories under a religion's influence, and plus 1 holy site. So we can get another beautiful holy site. Look at this really fascinating build here. I've never focused so hard on just one thing. We're getting so much influence now from our sites. It's insane. Look at that. 540. 540. The city cap means nothing to us. Literally nothing. We just don't care. I would love to get my unique district down here, and then let's queue it up I feel like a commons quarter is also probably a really good idea for this one. Just because its stability could in future be low, but it looks like we're well on top of it. Let's enact procession everywhere that needs more stability, because it's only 95 gold. It's super cheap. I'm actually also willing to start an Inquisition here, which will lose us one pop but gain us some stability. And I'm just thinking this city could probably use with a garrison district. And some fortification and some stability. Let's go with the plus 20 stability from the aqueduct, and then some palastrades, which are like some crappy walls. We'll get some crappy walls. Just fortify this one up, because it is right on the border of bad news bears. Which I'm not entirely keen on. Right, we can get yet another holy site, and we absolutely will. We'll try and diversify the placement a little bit. Maybe Jacolopoulos could use one, for example. Jacolopoulos has already got one. Do we want even more? You bet we do. But probably shouldn't. Let's give the capital. Let's give the capital something useful. There you go. You can have a holy site, help sort of get some better adjacencying going on. And let's put everyone towards the shared project, I think. We'll pump out this holy site in no time because its rewards are massive, particularly for our influence now. There's +1 on our city cap. Nice to see. Really nice to see. We're pushing along the top of the technology tree, and we'll definitely grab theology because that'll give us another cap.
What do you say?
Meanwhile, these guys are like, hey, should we not fight each other? If you want to pay for it. I'm not paying for us to not fight each other. Lol. 4 turns for that holy site. Can we appreciate just how quickly that holy site will be produced? My goodness. And then this city is a production powerhouse. And we want to get as many adjacent makers districts as we can around this to increase its yields. You can see it's now yielding 26 industry. Wow. Wow. Okay, so we've got this religious non-believer. Force choice open-minded for religious tolerance and +20 science. We can get +20 science and -15 gold, or we can just be like, actually get out. Our religion rocks. That will move us back toward the center, which I don't like. We're gonna have to lose the money. Her research is crucial, but we can't welcome her openly, so we're just gonna bribe her in. I think that's the move.
I have something here that should please us both.
No, we're not having a non-aggression pact with you. Well, like, we could, but there's really no need. I guess we could turn them into our ally, potentially. We could be like, hey, you know that time we killed you? Well, look, we're here. And everything's fine. I might move these units to the... I was going to say to the capital. I'm going to bring these units at least over to this border, and then... at least into this territory, rather, and then get them monitoring. Sweet, we're working towards our aesthetic star as well. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I hope that we'll be able to get that star gold tiered again. Time to get the unique districts down. This one actually doesn't benefit from it a great deal because it's not a very productive city. Which actually, it wouldn't hurt to have a bit of production in this city, to be fair. But also, it is attached to this one. Now, this one is more productive. Also very sciencey. Also, just noticed we have a resource not connected. Why? Give me that. and then queue up a unique district there, and a maker's district there that will help buff that, and another maker's district there. That will help our mega city along quite a lot. We'll speed up the iron mine just because we have the money.
I have something here that should.
Yeah, we'll trade luxuries with you, dude. We'll work on you. That's a very pretty spot for that. I don't see why not. We'll start working on the palace, which is our next wonder. It's incredulously expensive. Really incredulously expensive. These makers' quarters are really valuable because they buff that. So I'll put another one of them down. And then we'll help towards the shared production once we have a wee bit more production ourselves. Likewise here, I think another maker's quarter is a really good idea. It's not a particularly great one, but it exists. We'll buy it, and then we'll start working towards that wonder. Wonderful. All right, team, I'm just going to take a very quick break, and then we'll come back for the final part of the stream. Please don't go anywhere. I'll just quickly chuck us to an ad, and yep, we'll be right in, and I'll come back and answer any questions as well. So if you have any questions or comments, chuck them in the chat, and I'll read them when I get back. Righto. Hey Jumbo, when is your next stream? Tomorrow, but I am flexible with the time. But there will be one tomorrow. So let me know if there's a specific time that works. Are you thinking it'll be a Civ stream? I posted a poll in the community chat. I love to post those polls. The community page that's on I was about to say on Facebook. That's on the YouTube community page, I should specify. And you guys said Civ 6 was the preferred, so that's probably what I'll do. But yeah, like I say, I'm a little flexible with the time and interested to figure out what would work best for you. Would another stream at this time of day be beneficial, or would you prefer one a little later? Do let me know. Time zones are confusing. Sure, we'll work these guys up. They revere us. Now they want to be our ally. We'll do it.
Accepted. Welcome.
We're instantly their ally. As I said, couldn't hurt to have a friend.
I have something here.
And we'll just like buff them up, mate. They're like, do you want to have agreements? We're like, yes, come under our wing, son. We will help you. We will grow you. You will be our military ally. We will use you to build troops to defend us if we need defense. We will use you to... That's sort of it. That's what we'll use you for. We'll protect you as well. But also maybe use you as bait. Doesn't hurt to have an AI to bait. What's that new notification? Population gain, that's fine. loss, and then like a whole load of trade. My goodness. And we got another... We're doing so well with those agrarian era stars, aren't we? Really. And we got theology, which is insane, because it gets us that other city cap, which we so desperately need. We do so desperately need it. Let's get trade exhibitions. That seems good. Probably craftsmanship and mounted warfare as well. Why not? Siege tactics. Let's backfill the whole lot of that tree.
Come. Both our peoples need this.
Yeah, we'll be non-aggressive with you.
Come. Both our
And we'll
peoples
trade with
need
you as well. We're interested in trading with the Romans because they are not really that threatening to us in terms of like geographical position. You can see that ages away. There could be a real thorn in Orange's side though. A real thorn in Orange's side.
I think we can undertake a common venture. Do you agree?
Sure. Let's be allies.
Fascinating.
And, oh, we have a random event being triggered. The human cost. So this is about immigration. And we'll pay the $70 and take the 2 pop. All day. Like, that's just easy money. Speaking of easy money... Whoa, this city is absolutely starving. Goodness gracious. Look how huge it is. Let's start an inquisition. We'll push out a pop. But just to stop it from starving. Like, we can finish the aqueduct, push out another pop. There we go. Now it's sort of settled a bit. I might use that to my advantage. Let's get you some very vital infrastructure. And then back that up with some support towards the shared wonder if we need it, but I don't know if we will. Cultural agreement. Sure. You can have a culture. You like midday streams. And is it a midday stream for you now? Ben?
So, what do you say?
Scientific agreement. Empires share vision. Technologies reached by one provide progress to the other. No, you're not getting that off me. I'll give it to my old mate who I destroyed at the start of the game. We can grow this guy up. He's fine. But we probably won't grow anyone else up. You know what I mean? Like, we'll be like, no, actually, no, you can't have free technologies. You don't deserve them. What do we want to push for afterwards? Seafaring, maybe? Get that little island that we just can't get to. That we'd love to claim as part of our own, because it's fruitful. These guys are just ready. Ready! Yes! Get in! Woohoo! Alright, we're doing it. We're going to sail to new lands next turn. Let's go. Oh my goodness, its movement is so slow. I don't want to leave it in open waters, but we'll do it. Hopefully the boat doesn't burn down. We've got swordsman and a scout who can be promoted to a horseman. Boom. This boat can also be promoted. How about that? Man, look at this. This army sailed out onto the sea and became about 1 million times stronger. Cool. Alright, next turn we can disembark and see what this tiny little island has to offer. I'm not mad at producing a wee city up here either. We have... Oh my god. Fully maxed out on civics. Brilliant. Get them off. Bring the boat back to base. And it can just sit there. And now, let's put down our outpost. See, there's a couple of good spots. Looks good to me. and we'll finish off that shared project's only going to take us 7 turns, and from there, future shared projects will snowball, and that's why it's so powerful. Like 8 p.m. Right, okay, no, that's interesting. That's good to note. So you must be like 8 p.m. yesterday for me. Okay, cool. No, good to know. Thank you. You prefer the midday, so you prefer like 8 hours ago. Oh my goodness, there's no way I can do that. I'll be in bed. Well, maybe. Maybe. Let's put one of these on auto explore. Go on, you can auto explore this island. Off you go. You can stay. Enter. Brilliant. For the Empire. For people in Empire. Ooh. There's a city-state down there that we can't see or talk to. We'll forgive you, witches. I don't want any beef with the witches. How are we doing? So, for our builder status, we need to build 74 districts. So we're a building culture, so we need to do that. How many? Okay, so I'm going to need to build a lot of districts. Luckily, they're pretty easy to build. Of course, when you're focusing on these cultural wonders, though, you sort of miss out on districts because you're so busy planning everything. No, you can't have any kind of cultural. I'm not giving you my culture, that much is for sure. What's that new notification pestering me down the bottom? Siege tactics are unlocked. Good stuff. And we're moving towards ship mastery. That feels stupid. Gives the city the ability to merge several. Oh my goodness! Let's make actually a truly mega city. I like that a lot. No, you're not having a science agreement with me. You fool! Can't you see? In one turn, this palace is going to be absolutely fantastic. 7 cities are participating in its construction. We literally have the whole empire shipping everything here to try and fill this in. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. All day, baby. Woohoo! And of course we can claim another one. Because why on earth not? I think the second one that I want is probably Machu Picchu. Redistribute that food? Maybe. Also, though, plus 50% gold. Also, though, the faith. Should we get... Nah, let's get St. Basil's. Let's get St. Basil's itself. And... look at that. 275 turns. Let's do a little bit of an experiment. Let's say St. Basil's plops itself down in the capital, because it loves the capital, obviously. Unless we'd like to use it tactically. Nah, we don't want to use it tactically, really, do we? Well, I mean, we could. Could plop it. Yes, let's put it there, on that hill. That looks crack up. Okay, so, we pop that down. We do want to get our unique district down, actually, first. So let's buy that. Well, while we're at it, I mean, we do need to build districts. Let's surround it with a couple of market quarters. So I'm going to take 2 turns. Okay, we'll surround it with 1, and then we'll get producing. And let's see what happens if we just throw all of these, right? They've gone straight from producing the palace, which, need I remind you, provides a plus 100% city industry production bonus towards producing wonders, or holy sites. So what we're doing here is we're building this, St. Basil's, in what I can assure you is a ridiculously short amount of time. A ridiculously short amount of time. What does this do? Land raiser. Can... Hello? Can set cities... That tooltip is the most glitchy thing in the world, and I cannot be bothered with it. Back to the capital. Where are we? Right, back to the capital. 26 population living in this now. That's pretty impressive. That is pretty freaking impressive. Tempted to queue up another district because it is my thing. Womp, I'll do it. And we'll move the capital off producing St. Basil's just to from time to time, because I think these extra market quarter districts are going to be really beneficial for it. Because we do have some sort of adjacencying going on. A merchant from afar. We don't want your wares. Get out. Shoot. On with you. You filthy merchant. How are we doing over this way? So, the reason why I haven't felt a huge need... Oh, that's nice. The reason why I haven't felt a huge need to fortify this border at the moment is because these border towns are pretty crap. Like, look, he's got 3 pop there. That's just an outpost. He doesn't actually have a lot of threats on my border there. Up north, a little different. I mean, this isn't a very well-developed city, but it's got a lot of population. And this is really underdeveloped. We could sweep a card, no problem, I reckon. We could sweep it and either liberate it or just capture it. We'll attach this in, part of the megacity that was. And of course we'll do Precision and start an Inquisition as well. That'll help us out in a major way. And I think we should really be farming a bit here if we can. You're probably more beneficial for us to build that there rather than dick around. I would love to get my unique district down a lot. If we can put it there, that'll be a lot of production. So let's go Maker's Quarter and a Farmer's Quarter next to that one, so that they have some good adjacencying. And, oops, sorry, Maker's Quarter, I accidentally cancelled you. Pop that down there. What I'm going to do with that is then connect our unique district. No! What is stopping me there? Rocky field. Doesn't like to be on a rocky field, but it'll be fine down there, so that's fine. We'll just have to bridge out to it. If we can at all bridge out to it. We might have to change those plans. That's fine. We'll swap that over. Get the food ones down. It'll help with growth anyway, so it's like not actually the end of the world. I'll turn that off. Sorry, I said I was going to do that a while ago, didn't I? Whoops. Ooh. What do we have here? An unknown strategic resource out on what is quite a, actually quite a nice peninsula. It'd be a really interesting spot for, like, a city that would be quite hard to defend, but I guess if you got a garrison, like, you could get garrisons along the coast, have a city here, get your growth districts out around these rivers, get your productive districts up this way by these mountains. Insane. That would have been great, really. Instead, Kojab. Yuck. We could detach it and make it its own thing. Worth considering. Actually worth considering. Oh, we've got ourselves into a bit of a skirmish. Way over in foreign land where we're exploring. We'll retreat out of there. Run! Run! Run, you fool! We're just here to explore. We don't want to fight. I mean no harm. I mean no harm. Hopefully they don't pursue us down. What's their deal? Rebels from the Mongols. Oh, sus. Sus exists. Hey, look at sus. How much influence can I pour into sus? So much. We get plus 22 a turn. We're gonna take sus. We have to. Any fans from last time, any viewers from last time, will know that sus is, of course, the ultimate city and can never be ignored and must always be claimed at all times whenever you see it. So, we don't actually want to get into conflict here, but we would love to just sort of sneak around down towards sus. We're coming, sus! Liberation is nigh! Oh, sweet, we can actually even build another wonder. Another wonderful wonder. I think at this point we're just going to slam out these wonders. Grab the Machu Picchu, most certainly. And this city, look at that. What a cool spot for Machu Picchu. Oh, I want to finish that instantly to see what it looks like. Let's do it. Whew. Woohoo! We're going to be able to do it too. Amazing. All right, Sus, I'm here. I'm coming to take a look. Let's see what you got. They're just absolutely in love with us. It's going to cost a lot of influence to bring them in. But man, we're going to bring them in. Look at how quickly we've surged above all these other cultures whose armies or mercenaries were around Sus to protect Sus. We can actually even win this battle. How about that? We're already fighting for Sus. We've destroyed 2 units. Brilliant. You love to see it. And I'm going to stand on this hill above Sus and station my units here. We're just going to stare down at the wonderful city of Sus. That's right, Jake. Yeah, you were there. I remember you were there. City of Sus reigns supreme. And we're actually getting quite close toward the end of the game now. Oh my goodness. We're going to be wrapping up the stream soon, everybody. Wrapping up this episode. Purely because the closed beta ends at turn 200, unfortunately. So you can't actually just play and play and play and play forever. You are limited a bit. Let's see how we're doing with Sus. Let's bring them in. And we've immediately taken them. And we're immediately going to use their production to help us build the Machu Picchu. We will, of course, also do some other things. Procession is going to happen straight away. I don't want to do an Inquisition because they only have 2 pop. But, of course, Sus is not very stable because it's way over in the middle of nowhere. Interestingly, there's a lot of unclaimed territory around here. Wow, look, it's actually way over in the middle of nowhere. What is the, It's following our religion, though. My goodness, it's spread far. Oh, it has spread so far. Jeepers. Like, we've just dominated culturally and religious and in terms of our religion. Not so much, I would say, in terms of our science. I do feel a bit vulnerable from the scientific perspective, but I mean, we've just, I don't know. I mean, like, I think we're doing fine, but we're not technological revolutionaries by any means. We focused on science a little bit earlier, but yeah, it wasn't a big focus for us, and I'd say it probably won't be at this point. Finally, we've got a new Civic, which we can just buy instantly. Infrastructure minus 50% for health or for entertainment. It will also move us into the center, whereas this one will keep us progressive. So I'm going to go entertainment to keep us progressive, keep us getting extra influence at the cost of stability. But we don't really need stability. One liege empire. What are you? My goodness.
Sovereign.
Hello.
How can
We've
I
never
help you?
met. I'm not going to push any demands on you. But they're like, kill him! I don't know if you saw that. It was 100 war score. Amazing. Oh, cool. And we have actually just now, we can now advance to the 4th era. The decision doesn't actually matter a great deal because the game is going to end soon. So what I'm pretty keen to do here is just to grab anything that might be beneficial for me in the very last moment. I'm looking particularly at these abilities that we just get rather than the districts because I'm probably not going to build them. So like stability, for example, on Commons Quarter could be useful. Extra stability. Love it. 10% experience on creating units. Yeah. Health regen, +2 industry per number of territories in your sphere of influence on capital. That's great. We've already got it. We could keep it. Modify shared project industry cost by 25%. That is exactly what I was talking about. There it is. It's got to be the Persians. Ben recommended it earlier in the stream. That's going to be the thing that probably clinches this deal for us. Yeah, let's do it. We're grabbing Persia. Modify shared project cost industry 25%. And to be honest, a nice to have little district for us as well. Woohoo! We did it. Technologically, we're so far behind, but we did it. Chivalry for the hamlet. Not that we'll probably be building any hamlets. And here it is, probably our last cutscene, so enjoy it while you can. Oh, no, I've skipped it. Lol. Don't worry, we have actually seen it before. It was nothing new. Sorry. I'm wondering if we can squeeze out one more wonder before the end of the game. We don't actually have many. We could build our unique district, but I don't overly need it right now, so I'm willing to ignore it. I mean, extra industry. Fine. Fine, you twisted my arm. Whoops, I did not mean to click that. Oh my goodness. What did I just do? Who knows? We've got all this infrastructure that needs to be built in the capital. Get our uniques down. Potentially just everywhere. Because they provide such a huge, well, they provide a reasonable production bonus. Such a huge is probably an overstatement. But it's reasonable enough. This city doesn't benefit from it whatsoever. We'll give that some infrastructural investment instead. And maybe some stability here. It's probably a good idea. It's really, really a good idea. In fact, we're going to urgently need to enforce some stability actions. Thankfully, we've got a lot of gold. So we can just pump an aqueduct and really all sorts of other things to surge our stability back up to 70%. That was a lucky catch. That was a really lucky catch. This is a particularly fragile area because it's just been recently like converted into a city and stolen and all sorts of stuff. So lucky I caught onto that because I just about missed it. It also brings my attention down here to Sus. We'll give them a public fountain immediately. What is that? That is coal. We want to connect that if pos. We do not have the required technology to do so because we're technologically inept, but my goodness, are we faithful? Are we faithful or are we faithful? It will be really interesting to see at the end of the game just how much faith we produce relative to everyone else. We need to maybe some faith ceremonies would be really useful as well, actually. Maybe we should do those. Or we should just grab this unique while we can. I'm not too concerned about where it goes because we don't actually make a lot of gold in this city. Perhaps it's not worthwhile. Perhaps you go all these one-turn infrastructural upgrades. I mean, goodness gracious. They're so expensive to buy outright. I feel like almost too expensive, really. Like 1,600 gold? Are you for real? Oh, and we're being attacked by some rebels. They didn't stand a chance. We sadly lost an archer in the process, but they didn't stand a chance. Thankfully, we had that army ready. The buy guys were very useful, bro. Thank you very much. No worries, Dutch. No worries, Dutch. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I take a lot of pride in those, and it always breaks my heart when I realize there's been like an editing mistake in one of them. There is one that has an editing mistake that I can't reverse, but all the rest of the guides are pretty good. I'm pretty happy with their like overall production quality and so on and so forth. Obviously, you know, if this was something that I was doing more full time, it would be more impressive. But you know, for what I can do and for what I have, I'm not mad at it. Ooh, that is kind of a juicy spot down there, actually. We don't have a lot of great juicy spots for these. I'm just going to turn on the district overview. So this one would benefit from another maker's quarter. It's not very productive land. Well, that one is, actually. So we'll do that. What have you got? Oh yeah, look at this. We've got this amazing unique here that we just basically built this whole city around getting adjacency bonuses out of it. So we may as well continue that. Womp, another one there. We'll queue up. We should really queue up the ultimate completion as well, shouldn't we? The ultimate bonus will be gathered around this. This is going to have what? 38 production? Amazing. Industry, rather. Sorry, I need to get my terminologies right. 38 industry there. Very good to see. What can we do in the last minutes? That's a good move. And we'll surround it with another food one because we are nearly at our max food workers. We'll enact procession again just to keep stability high above that crucial 90% threshold. And we'll turn the capital into the absolute mega capital. Hold me down. Would be useful for it actually as well to have a harbour because they provide so much food. And then that will be useful, as will that infrastructural upgrade. The best Civ in Civ 6. Ben with Babylon? I don't know about Babylon. Babylon is insane if you can gamify it right, that's for sure. Let's spend our money to celebrate. That's a no-brainer, by the way, that event. Absolute no-brainer. I got distracted by claiming Le Eiffel Tower. Yeah, he is a god. And he is... Babylon is very, a little bit challenging, but fun. Not, I would say probably not the best Civ, though, to be fair. I have a couple of guides on some of the Civs that I think are the best. I think in general, you're probably going to want to look towards, in Civ 6, you're going to want to look towards Germany, potentially. I love Russia as well, although it is slightly outclassed these days, but I do love Russia. Germany, Japan, another really great Civ, and a potential contender for the best Civ in the game. But yeah, I don't know, dude. It is tricky, and it depends on your play style as well, which is why often I find it difficult to be like, these are definitively the best Civs in the game, because of course there's a lot of objectiveness to it, right? What's your play style? I say Germany's a great Civ. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Dutch Designs. Welcome to the community. Yeah, it does depend on your play style. So like Germany is great, a highly productive Civ. But if you're more into war ring, you're more into winning by domination, then I could give you better recommendations than Germany. That being said, Germany, Japan, Russia, Portugal, I think is very strong. Spain, I think is very strong. But I do always fall back on Germany as just a solid recommendation for a really fantastic Civ. Germany. Play Germany. New to Civ? Play Germany. Like production? Play Germany. Like military? Play Germany. Want to win by science? You could play Germany, or you could default to your main man back to the Babylonians if you want to. What does this want me to do? It wants me to choose a technology that unfortunately we won't be able to commit because we are now in the last turn of the game. We're not quite going to be able to produce the Eiffel Tower, unfortunately. Can I swing any cities who aren't making it onto making it to get it in one turn? No, sadly not. We get really close. We can probably have about half an Eiffel Tower by the looks. End of your journey. This is your last term. The game has reached a turn limit. You'll be remembered as JumboPixel, mythical ruler of the Persians. Okay, well. Not the best if you're landlocked. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Lots of situational stuff to consider, isn't there? Lots of situational. And there we have it, folks. We've reached the end of today's live stream and this playthrough. And you can see we started off as a wee nomadic tribe. We then adopted the ancient era and picked up a whole load of fame that time. We picked up around 900 fame in the ancient era. We then moved into the classic era where we decided to stay as Zhao and transcend for the fame. And it worked. We got around 1200. Into the medieval era, we stepped toward the Franks. They were very strong, again around 1500 fame that era. Our early modern era was where our strategy really came together well with the Mughals, again around the same amount of fame. And finally, we finished off in the industrial era as the Persians, finishing on 4,978 fame, which is the score in the game. You can see all the rest of the players as well. We can watch their journey, but I'm just going to skip them and take us through to the end because we don't need to see all of the AI. You can see we were first. As expected, Younger got second, but there was a good 1,600 fame between us. And then these guys finished in third. They were pretty meh. If you have a look, you can see, man, we did wonderfully. Our fame, we surged up by sort of turn 90. We were comfortably ahead, and we held that lead, although Orange did sort of keep up with us. What I'm really interested in here is religion, and you can see around that turning point of turn 90. We just rocket up. The other thing that was quite significant for us was military, which actually wasn't our strong point. We adopted an early military lead. If you focus in here on turn 60, you can see we had roughly double the strength of our neighbor. And then again, they sort of got close. We surged ahead of them, killed that fateful fight around here where we just destroyed their military, sent them into nothingness, and we took them over. But it is interesting to note overall that we were a little bit weaker on the military front. So we were vulnerable. We were definitely vulnerable. Yeah, the samurai are so good. Samurai are so good with Japan, you're right. And so there we have it, folks. Our food, pretty good. Took a real dip when we killed some people off, but pretty good. Influence was something we did really well. We surged ahead. No quandary. Gold, something we did very poorly. You can see we lost the gold game in a major way. And likewise, science, something we were pretty good on, but then sort of shifted toward more of a faith influency build toward the end, and shifted away from city growth as well, as we felt that the end of the game was coming and we wanted more fame. So we did take a bit of a dip in terms of science. Stability, I'm a big fan of keeping things stable, and we did a pretty good job at doing that. Population, we did a great job as well. There you have it, folks. That concludes today's live stream. Thank you so much for everybody who turned out. I will just quickly have a quick look through and acknowledge the super chatters. I don't think we had any new members today, but I will of course acknowledge you as well if I have a notification. I can see that Dutch subscribed, Damien subscribed, Ed Sands subscribed, Ken Cole subscribed. So thank you so much to everybody who subscribed while watching this. Craven subscribed as well. Dominic, lots of new subscribers. So thank you and welcome to everybody who subscribed. And a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart to Devilish, who super chatted, from what I can see here, 3 times throughout the stream, $1.99 each time, and Jake Barge with a wonderful $10 super chat donation. Thank you. That makes a huge difference, and all of the donations get poured straight back into the channel. So really, really appreciate that. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in and joining me today, and most importantly, thanks for hanging out. It's been wicked. It's been so much fun. It's been so much fun playing Humankind. This will unfortunately be the last time I play it during the closed beta. So that's it from Humankind for a while. I'm going to be making some guides. I've got some in the works already, and many more to come. So thank you so much. And until next time, everybody, and until the game fully releases on August 17th, I will see you in the next live stream and the next wonderful Civilization 5 or Civilization 6 video. So thanks so much, everybody, and I'll see you next time.